all the neighbors of India, one of the most important neighboring countries happens to be Bangladesh. Our ties with Bangladesh is extremely crucial due to several reasons. And honestly, this is one of the most important topics, according to me, as far as India and its neighborhood is concerned. So today we have a number of topics to cover, number of issues to discuss. So let's begin by understanding the strategic location of Bangladesh. Let's understand why Bangladesh is strategically important for India. So I'll be showing you a couple of maps and I'll be giving you some important points which will help you understand why Bangladesh is so crucial for India. So as an eastern neighbor, you can see here in the map that Bangladesh is literally sandwiched between the northeast region and the rest of the country. So between northeast India and the rest of the nation, right between the two parts, you have Bangladesh present over here. It's located right in between. This location of Bangladesh is very, very crucial as this could help in improving our connectivity towards the northeastern states. Remember, we discussed about the Siliguri corridor in the previous class. We spoke about this narrow land corridor of India located over here, which is the only connection between northeast India and the rest of the country. This narrow land corridor is surrounded by Nepal and Bangladesh over here in the northern parts of West Bengal. Now, the problem here is that through Siliguri, connectivity has been a challenge for India because the terrain here is very complicated. If you cross the Siliguri corridor, you'll enter the Darjeeling region in northern West Bengal, and then you move towards Assam, where you come across the Brahmaputra river valley. So across this region, the geography is very complicated. You have hilly mountainous areas, dense forested areas. You also have river valleys formed by Brahmaputra, Teesta, which often flood. So as a result, the geography here is very complicated and it is difficult to create infrastructure in this region. It has always been a challenge for India to create effective infrastructure, that is road, rail connectivity, through which we could connect better with the northeast region. So in a way, connectivity with northeast India has been hampered due to the difficult access through Siliguri corridor. And also that's the only access that we have. So that creates a vulnerability for India and Siliguri becomes a choke point for India. So India has been pursuing alternate routes. We are looking for alternate connectivity routes to access the northeast region. As you know, the northeast region has been largely left behind. There has been a general sense of neglect by the central government over the decades. There has been very limited investments and very poor infrastructure and economic opportunities that have been created in the northeast region. Northeast India also has been affected by decades of insurgency and organized crime. So to tackle all these challenges, providing economic growth to northeast India is the primary solution to tackle insurgency, to tackle the crime rates, to stabilize the region, right? And to integrate the region further with India. The key aspect is to drive economic growth and create economic opportunities. So this will require a lot of investments. It will require infrastructure creation, and it will require improved connectivity through alternate routes. And Bangladesh can offer one such alternate route to connect with northeast India. If Bangladesh gives us transit access, if it provides transit access, we can connect our road networks, we can connect our railway networks, we can also connect the inland navigation routes, the inland waterways that exist over the transboundary rivers that connect India and Bangladesh. If you just look at the map, you'll understand what I'm talking about. Given how Bangladesh is situated between Northeast India and the rest of the country, if Bangladesh gives us transit access, we can open alternate routes to improve connectivity across the region. Is that clear? And the other important point here is that there are 54 transboundary rivers that we share with Bangladesh. Now imagine this, there are 54 transboundary rivers that flow from India to Bangladesh. So this is a shared resource. So as a result, water sharing becomes an issue, as India is an upper riparian state and Bangladesh is a lower riparian. Water sharing issues will always come up. But this could also be an area of cooperation because we can connect our waterways. India has created the national waterways, just like national highways. And we have promoted inland navigation as an efficient way of moving goods. So over the Ganga, Brahmaputra, the Barak River, there are national waterways that India has built, and we are seeking to interconnect these water networks with the waterways of Bangladesh. So these three routes, the road, rail, and waterway network, they will give us different routes, alternate routes to link with Northeast India. Is that clear? So this is one prime reason why Bangladesh is critical for us. Along with that, please note down that the longest land border of India is with Bangladesh. Amongst all the neighboring countries, the longest land border of India is with this country. Does anyone know what is the length of the India-Bangladesh border? Any idea? Can you let me know in the comments? What is the approximate length of the India-Bangladesh boundary? Madhumita says 84,000 miles. Do you know what is 84,000 miles? That's a very, very, very big distance. It can't be so big. Some of them are getting it right, approximately. It is around 4,096 kilometers. So this makes the India-Bangladesh border the biggest land border for India. Compared to our borders with Pakistan, China, Nepal, Bhutan, and Myanmar, this border with Bangladesh is the longest land boundary. The states which share the boundary are provided here in this table. West Bengal has the biggest length of the border, followed by Assam, Meghalaya, Tripura, and Mizoram. Please remember these border states and the approximate border length for a possible prelims question. You can expect a map-based question. Now, since we share such a long boundary, border security and border management becomes a major challenge. Is that clear? Securing this long boundary, that too when the geography is so complicated, is a big challenge for India and Bangladesh. So from across this border, India has faced many threats, many security threats. Organized crime is very rampant along this border, be it smuggling of drugs and weapons, even human trafficking, cattle smuggling. They're all very rampant. These criminal activities are very rampant here. It's one of the routes through which fake Indian currency notes are pushed into India. Right? Pakistan, which tries to destabilize their economy, pushes fake Indian currency notes via Bangladesh as well, along with the Nepal route. And Bangladesh has often been a safe haven for various terrorist and insurgent outfits. Several Northeast insurgent organizations like ULFA, the Bodo insurgent groups, the NSCN, and many other insurgent groups have found shelter in Bangladesh, especially when hostile governments were present in Bangladesh. In the past, we have had a very bitter experience with few Bangladeshi governments which were not cooperating with India. They were deliberately acting against India and they were favoring Pakistan. So Pakistan has conveniently used Bangladeshi territory to sponsor terrorism against India. These hostile Bangladeshi governments had sheltered Northeast insurgent groups and even other Pakistan-sponsored terror groups that pose a major security threat for India. And there exists a direct link between these organized criminal cartels and the terrorist insurgent outfits. Plus, we've also dealt with large-scale illegal migration, especially from 1971 till early 2000. During those 30 years, there has been large-scale illegal migration from Bangladesh to India, which has created problems in the Northeast. It has contributed to socio-ethnic tensions in the Northeast, and it directly led to some insurgent movements in Northeast India. So securing this border and dealing with these security threats has been a priority for India. To secure the Northeast region and stabilize the Northeast region, securing this boundary is a top priority for India. Along with that, we share so many rivers with each other, right? And sharing these waters has become a major concern. Right now, for example, if you look at the map, you can see that the Ganga river system that flows down from India becomes the Padma River in Bangladesh after entering Bangladesh. Then you have the Teesta River, a major river from Sikkim that flows into West Bengal and then enters Bangladesh. Then you have the mighty Brahmaputra River, which flows down from Assam and becomes the Jamuna River in Bangladesh. Then you have the Barak River that flows from northeast India and enters Bangladesh over here near the Sylhet region. There are other rivers like Feni, the Kushiara, and many more. In total, there are 54 transboundary rivers, and most of them, they merge to form a gigantic river system, which is the Meghna River. The Meghna drains into Bay of Bengal. So this is a shared resource between the two countries. So along with water sharing being an issue, managing the flood waters, then ensuring enough supply of fish, then dealing with environmental challenges, dealing with climate change, they're all a common concern for India and Bangladesh. Because as you know, Bay of Bengal is highly prone to tropical cyclones. Right? Every year, multiple cyclones form in the Bay of Bengal, and many of them, they strike West Bengal, Bangladesh, and Myanmar. In the last 1 year itself, there have been a couple of high-intensity cyclones that have caused devastation in this region. And also these low-lying areas of Bangladesh, these deltaic plains that you see here, they're very low-lying areas. They are very vulnerable to coastal flooding and rising sea levels. So we share common ecosystems like the Sundarbans, for example. I'm sure all of you would have heard about the Sundarbans, which is a UNESCO World Heritage Site. It's a biosphere reserve. It's a tiger reserve and national park as well. And it's a Ramsar site as well. It's a major wetland. It's a major ecosystem for mangroves and the Bengal tiger. So this is a shared ecosystem between India and Bangladesh. So conserving such ecosystems, protecting the environment, protecting the coastal communities from the impact of climate change and disasters like cyclones and coastal flooding is a common objective for India and Bangladesh. We even have a strong economic relationship amongst all the neighbors of India. Our biggest trade relationship is with Bangladesh. Is that clear? We have a lot of exports and imports, a lot of investments that we have made with each other. There are many big projects and initiatives that India has taken up with Bangladesh. So due to all these factors, Bangladesh becomes one of the most important neighbors for India. So it's a mix of economic factors along with geography and strategic issues that bind India and Bangladesh together. Plus, there is a shared history, a shared culture. We share a deep-rooted cultural connection that dates back to the ancient medieval times. Correct? Even before the colonial era, the Indian civilization of course, included these parts of Bangladesh as well. The Bengal region, the Bengal province, had been at the forefront of our freedom struggle during the colonial period. It was one of the most progressive regions at that point, right? It has contributed immensely to our art and culture, to India's scientific advancement, and it was also a leading center as far as our freedom struggle was concerned. So the common connection which binds us together is the Bengali language and the Bengali culture. The Bengali identity is what binds the people together, and this even transcends the communal divide. The Hindu-Muslim divide is also overcome by the Bengali identity. The Bengali identity is a much larger identity. You have Bengali Hindus, Bengali Muslims, and there is a historical, deep-rooted cultural connection that bind the people of this region together. So as a result, Bangladesh becomes very, very important, very crucial for Indian interests. India has major national interests with regard to Bangladesh. So now, let us focus on the history of the relationship, because the manner in which Bangladesh was born, how Bangladesh was created, in itself is a very interesting story and a very important topic for our UPSC exams. I hope you know that Bangladesh was born in the year 1971. It's a more recent country in South Asia, right, compared to India and Pakistan. Before that, it was part of Pakistan. It was the eastern wing of Pakistan and was known as East Pakistan. So post-independence from colonial rule, from 1947 till 1971, this region, which is today Bangladesh, was East Pakistan. It was the eastern region, the eastern territory of the Pakistani state. But there were certain developments during this period, from 1947 to 1971, which triggered a liberation movement. The Bangladesh liberation movement was triggered, where the Bengali people, they sought independence from Pakistan. It's a very tragic story where there has been a lot of human suffering and human loss, and the blame entirely lies with Pakistan. Pakistan committed brutal atrocities in this region from 1947 to 1971, particularly targeting the Bengali community. Bengali Hindus and Bengali Muslims, largely on their identity, would be targeted, discriminated, and persecuted by the Pakistani state. This internal division of Pakistan would give rise to a major crisis in the 1970s that triggered the liberation movement, and eventually Bangladesh broke out of Pakistan and a new independent country was formed. In this entire process of liberating Bangladesh, India played a direct role. There was a direct involvement of India in splitting Pakistan into two parts. So as a result, it's very, very important to focus on this topic and study the circumstances that led to the creation of Bangladesh. Now, before I start this discussion, please remember that Bangladesh is important for India with regard to our Act East policy as well. India has a dedicated foreign policy doctrine towards Southeast Asia and East Asia. Previously, it was called the Look East policy, launched by Prime Minister Narasimha Rao in 1991. This has been upgraded into Act East policy in 2014 by the Modi government. So the Look East Act East policy of India pays special attention to Southeast Asian region and East Asian region. So we are focused on improving our ties and connectivity with Southeast Asian and East Asian countries. And Bangladesh becomes part of this equation as it is an eastern neighbor of India. As Bangladesh is an eastern neighbor of India, it is crucial for us to connect further with Southeast Asia. We also share maritime borders in the Bay of Bengal, right? We share a maritime boundary in the Bay of Bengal. and this is another common shared resource. So via Bay of Bengal and also via the land territory through Northeast India and Myanmar, we can establish better connectivity with Southeast Asia that will fulfill our objectives of Act East and Look East policy, right? See, don't worry about Look East and Act East right now. Just know that it's a dedicated foreign policy of India towards Southeast Asian, East Asian countries. Previously, it was the Look East policy. Now it's upgraded to Act East policy. Just remember that for now. We have a separate chapter for this. We have a separate dedicated class where we will study our ties with Southeast Asian and East Asian countries. So there I will completely discuss the Look East, Act East policy. All right. So don't worry about the details as of now. Just know what is the purpose of this policy and how Bangladesh fits into this equation. As Bangladesh is an eastern neighbor, it can help us connect better with Southeast Asia, and thus it plays a role in our Act East policy as well. All right. So now let's go back in history. Let's understand what happened in Pakistan. Why did these divisions come up in East Pakistan, and what atrocities did the Pakistani state commit? What pushed India to get involved in this crisis, and what role did India play in liberating Bangladesh? This is a very, very important topic. Now, if you look at Pakistan, the way in which Pakistan was created, right, it was a communal partition. The very idea of Pakistan being an exclusive state for a community, a religion, was based on communal lines. That's why India's freedom fighters, they opposed the idea of Pakistan initially. India's freedom struggle was largely a united struggle, a secular struggle. But radical elements from both the sides would be encouraged by the British to introduce a communal angle into the freedom struggle of India. The British, who were implementing their divide and rule policy, they would directly support communal divisions and communal polarization by backing extremist forces on both the sides. Amongst Muslims and as well as amongst Hindus, they would support these extremist elements who were trying to divide the freedom movement and introduce a religious color into it. So organizations like the Muslim League, that was headed by Muhammad Ali Jinnah, they were directly backed by the British to push for the idea of Pakistan as a separate exclusive state for Muslims. On similar lines, few radical Hindutva outfits like Hindu Mahasabha, they would get support from the British to push India towards becoming a Hindu state. But fortunately, thanks to the vision and farsightedness of our freedom fighters, they would ensure that India would remain a secular country. It would remain on the secular path. But that was not the case with Pakistan. When Pakistan was eventually partitioned, right, it was a communal partition, division on communal lines. And under the leadership of Jinnah and the Muslim League, Pakistan would go on to become a theological state, a extremist radical state, where the government itself was involved in promoting radical strands of religion. From the very beginning, Pakistan has been deeply involved. There has been government involvement in breeding and promoting extremism, right? We saw large-scale communal violence during the partition itself between different communities, between Hindus, Muslims, and Sikhs. So obviously, when Bengal was partitioned as well, right? Because partition of India and Pakistan meant the partition of Punjab and the Bengal province. So in the west, the large Punjab province was divided. Today you have a Punjab in Pakistan as well, and the rest of Punjab is in India, which is our state of Punjab. Similarly, in the east, the large Bengal province was bifurcated. Correct? In fact, much before that, but much before 1947, back in 1905, the British had partitioned Bengal once. You would have studied this in modern history, right? The partition of Bengal, which was carried out by Lord Curzon in 1905. Even this partition that was done, it was on communal lines. Even though the British said it was for administrative reasons, it was just an excuse they were giving. It was a communal division of the region that they carried out. to drive a division between Hindus and Muslims, the Bengal region was partitioned to weaken our freedom struggle. So many historians believe that the idea of partition, the idea of creating separate country for Pakistan on religious lines was born in 1905 when Bengal was partitioned. So what I'm trying to say is that by 1900s, a deep-rooted communal division had already been introduced in the Bengal region. The British had encouraged it, and it had been nurtured by extremists on both the sides, on both the factions. But in the Bengal region, what bound the people together was the Bengali identity, the Bengali cultural linguistic identity, which was a much bigger identity than the religious identity. But after Pakistan was created, that is, after West Pakistan and East Pakistan were born, even though it was part of the same country, there is a clear distinction between the two. In West Pakistan, the Punjabi elite would dominate the politics of the Pakistani state. Even today, if you look at Pakistan, look at the different regions in the country, like Balochistan, Sindh, Punjab, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, etc. If you look at all these regions, the most dominant region even today is the Punjab region. All your top Pakistani leaders, politicians, the top army generals, ISI chiefs, they all come from the Punjab region, right? So the Punjabi elite have always been dominant in Pakistan's politics, and they would discriminate against the Bengalis of the East. Even though East Pakistan was very much a part of Pakistani state, there was a targeted discrimination against the Bengalis starting from 1947 itself. This happened because Pakistan always embraced these identities, these religious identities. It became a theological state. It adopted a rigid version of Islam as its state religion. It misinterpreted religion for geopolitical reasons, right? So day by day, Pakistan was moving towards becoming an extreme radical state. And as a result, the Bengali community felt oppressed in the East. The Punjabi elite would completely dominate over the Bengalis, and they wouldn't give them equal rights and equal opportunities. So this obviously created a major resentment, and it led to the rise of divisions between West and East Pakistan. For example, if you look at the economic numbers, the allocation of funds, the sharing of revenue between West and East Pakistan, you can notice a major divide. Look at the money being spent by the government in West and East Pakistan. Look at the difference. West Pakistan was getting a bigger share of the allocation. This was very consistent from 1950s till 1970s throughout these 20 years. East Pakistan was always getting a very small allocation compared to the higher allocation of West Pakistan. And the worst part was that East Pakistan was the one which was generating revenue. East Pakistan actually had a number of industries, textile mills, right, dating back to the colonial period. But West Pakistan would corner all the resources, and it would divert most of these funds towards targeting India over the Kashmir dispute. So the Bengali people in East Pakistan, they were obviously affected because the revenue generated by them was largely being diverted towards these wars against India, whereas rest of the money was being spent largely on West Pakistan itself. So in terms of money allocation and resource allocation, there was a clear division. This was not an accident. It was deliberate policy by the Punjabi elite who dominated Pakistan's politics. So this led to the deprivation of East Pakistan. East Pakistan was left behind, and West Pakistan was cornering all the wealth and resources. So a clear political and economic division had come up where the Bengalis felt that they were getting the rough end of the deal. They were not being treated as equal citizens. They were being discriminated and oppressed, and later persecution would also be carried out against East Pakistan. Even on religious grounds, and as well as on linguistic lines, there was discrimination against East Pakistan. Particularly, the Bengali Hindus and other religious minorities would be targeted. This was, again, not a problem with any religion. Please remember this, because we will be dealing with many sensitive topics going forward as well. Please know that no religion preaches extremism, right? It's not associated with any particular religion. But in every religion, you find strands of extremism. Be it Islam, be it Christianity, be it Hinduism, Sikhism, even Buddhism. In every religion, you find these vested political interests who twist their religion, give it a wrong interpretation, and they do this for their own self-interests, their own selfish interests. Is that clear? So in Pakistan, there was religious persecution, and it continues even today. Religious minorities, from Hindus to Christians to Buddhists, Sikhs, they were all targeted in West Pakistan, and it would continue in East Pakistan as well. Even Muslims, right, who wouldn't abide by the rigid version of religion that Pakistan had adopted, even they would be targeted. Like, for example, Shias, Hazaras, and even Sunni Muslims as well, who wouldn't abide with the rigid version the Pakistani state was adopting and encouraging, even they would be targeted in the country. So such persecution on religious grounds and linguistic grounds also created a major divide between West and East Pakistan. In fact, believe it or not, the Bengali language was not even given equal treatment under the Pakistani state. Right? Bengali identity was the biggest identity in East Pakistan. But West Pakistan made an attempt to curb this identity by promoting Urdu over Bengali. Ideally, in any diverse country, different religions, different languages, different identities, they should all get equal priority and equal treatment. But this was never the case with Pakistan. Right? So it tried imposing Urdu, and it tried to undermine the Bengali language, which was a offense as far as the Bengali population was concerned. The Bengalis were offended that their language, their culture was being undermined, and Urdu was being imposed on them, and Bengali was not being given the same treatment. So there was discrimination on these grounds, on religious grounds and linguistic grounds. And in general, there was a neglect of East Pakistan in governance and administration. For example, there was a major disaster in 1970. There was a major cyclone, the Bola cyclone, that had caused massive devastation in East Pakistan. But still, West Pakistan didn't do enough to help the people. It didn't focus on disaster management, didn't provide much aid and relief, and East Pakistan was largely neglected despite this massive tragedy that had occurred. So all these events, they culminated to give rise to a Bengali opposition movement. A strong Bengali opposition movement started rising, which would turn into a Bengali liberation movement. Is that clear? By 1960s, we clearly saw the rise of separatist tendencies in East Pakistan. Bengalis had enough. They realized they had to fight for their rights again. For them, independence made no difference. British rule or under Pakistan, for them it was one and the same. So now the Bengalis had to organize again and fight for their rights, fight for their equal treatment. And the only option for them was to break away from the country. So under the leadership of Awami League, a major Bengali political party, the foundation of the Bengali liberation movement was laid under the leadership of Sheikh Mujibur Rahman. Sheikh Mujibur Rahman is considered as the founding father of Bangladesh. He's also referred to as the Bangabandhu, the friend of the Bengalis. That's why I told you, Bengali identity is beyond religion. Bengali Hindus, Bengali Muslims, they've shared a lot of communal harmony between them. But it was West Pakistan's politics which caused these divisions. And now the Bengalis united to fight for their rights, and they decided that they have no future by being with Pakistan. So by late 1960s, the roots for the Bengali liberation movement had been laid. Then came the last nail in the coffin. Then came the final trigger. In 1970, elections had been scheduled in Pakistan. Elections were held in West and East Pakistan. These were national elections to determine the national government. In these elections, the Awami League, led by Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, won majority of the seats in East Pakistan. 167 out of 169 seats were won by Awami League. It almost got full majority. And as a result, Awami League got majority in the National Assembly of Pakistan, which meant Awami League should have formed the government. Sheikh Mujibur Rahman should have become the Prime Minister of Pakistan. And obviously, this was not acceptable to the West Pakistani elite. At that time, the Pakistani leader was Zulfikar Ali Bhutto from the Pakistan People's Party. He refused to concede defeat. He refused to give up his authority, his position. And he refused to allow a Bengali to hold the position of Prime Minister of Pakistan. So Zulfikar Ali Bhutto, the then Pakistani Prime Minister, colluded with President General Yahya Khan, and they denied this democratic opportunity for Sheikh Mujibur Rahman. They tried to disrupt the electoral process. They even got Sheikh Mujibur Rahman arrested. So as a result, the Bengali liberation movement exploded following this development. This was the final nail in the coffin. The people had enough of oppression and discrimination. Now even election results were being undermined, and Awami League was being prevented from forming the government, even though it secured a majority in the National Assembly. So as Mujibur Rahman was arrested, he gave a call for a nationwide rebellion, and this triggered the violent phase of the struggle for Bangladesh. Is that clear? This was a groundbreaking event. It changed the history, the politics, the geography of South Asia forever. It's one of the most defining moments in South Asian history. So we saw the breakout of the Bangladesh liberation movement, or the Bengali liberation movement. So by 1970, 1971, we saw the full breakout of this movement. And obviously, it would be targeted by West Pakistan. They wouldn't allow the movement to survive. The Pakistani army would be given blatant powers by the political leadership to suppress this rebellion which had broken out in East Pakistan. The Pakistani army was given full authority to use maximum force, even going to the extent of committing war crimes and human rights violations in order to prevent the breakout of East Pakistan. The goal of the liberation movement was very clear. It was a separatist movement. They didn't want anything else. They wanted to break East Pakistan away from the Pakistani state. So the Pakistani army unleashed massive violence against the Bengali leaders and the protest movement. The movement itself had turned violent by now, especially after the arrest of Sheikh Mujibur Rahman. And the Pakistani army tried to crush this violent uprising. Is that clear? So on the 24th of March, 1971, the Pakistani army launched a deadly operation, a military operation known as Operation Searchlight. Please make a note of this. It's a very, very important development. The Pakistani army launched a military operation on the midnight of 24th March 1971. It was called Operation Searchlight. The target of this operation were the Bengali leaders. And overnight, the Pakistani forces committed such brutal atrocities in East Pakistan that they slaughtered lakhs and lakhs of Bengalis. They would target entire Bengali neighborhoods. Thousands were killed overnight. Not just the leaders of the liberation movement, but even innocent civilians. Even women and children were not spared. These were mass killings, and it was nothing short of a genocide. Genocide is the mass extermination of an entire community that is sponsored by the state, sponsored by the government. Like how Hitler committed a genocide against the Jewish community, the Holocaust, right? How Nazi Germany committed a genocide. On similar lines, the Pakistani state, the Pakistani army, they committed a genocide against the Bengalis, and according to several estimates, several lakh people, more than 1 million people were killed. The numbers go as high as 2 to 3 million. So such large-scale atrocities were committed following the start of Operation Searchlight. Is that clear? So this was the most difficult period in the history of South Asia. Now, obviously, these developments would have an impact on the neighboring country, that is India. India couldn't just remain silent watching what was happening, right? We knew the developments from 1950s itself. We had kept a close watch on the internal divisions of Pakistan because India had a moral obligation to protect the Bengali community, right? Be it Bengali Hindus or Bengali Muslims. They were obviously connected with India. There were families on the other side of the border. The partition had divided Bengali families on both sides. So there were familial connections. There was a cultural, moral connection that drove India to protect the Bengali community at any cost. And obviously, the crackdown following Operation Searchlight triggered a massive refugee crisis, and the entire burden fell on India. For no mistake of India, for the blunders committed by the Pakistani state, by the Pakistani army and its leaders, India was paying the price. Because more than 10 million Bengali refugees, they fled to India in order to save their lives following Operation Searchlight. They abandoned everything. They had to flee the country, cross the border and enter India in large numbers to save themselves. They sought asylum in India. So the border states, West Bengal, Assam and Tripura, they received a massive influx of refugees, and multiple refugee camps had to be set up by the state governments to accommodate the Bengali refugees. The government of India would step up and encourage the state governments to proactively help the Bengalis, and hundreds of refugee camps were set up all across the border to receive the refugees and protect them and settle them. Is that clear? So obviously this crisis was placing a huge burden on India. See, yes, India had a moral obligation, right? A commitment to human rights, a commitment to protect the Bengali community, which was linked with India. But apart from that, receiving such a huge refugee influx becomes a burden, an economic and social burden on any country. Back then, India itself was a struggling economy, right? We were still a very poor country dealing with our own economic challenges. So at this point, Pakistan imposed this heavy burden on India. Is that clear? So the economic and social burden was definitely being felt in India. Plus, we had a duty, obligation to protect the Bengali refugees as well. So at this crucial juncture, the government of India, headed by Prime Minister Indira Gandhi, would make some very, very important decisions. Strategic decisions were made by the Indira Gandhi government that would play a decisive role in liberating East Pakistan itself. India's motivation to get involved in this conflict was obviously the burden of refugees, the obligation to protect the refugees as well. The instability that had been triggered obviously was not good for India. It would destabilize the whole region. It would affect our economic growth. It would affect our national interests. We had a duty to save the Bengalis from such targeted persecution. We knew the kind of atrocities that were being committed. Because if not for India, no one else would come to the help of Bengalis. The Western countries had completely ignored this genocide, especially the United States and even European powers. They completely ignored what Pakistan was doing to Bengalis in East Pakistan. They didn't care about the genocide which was happening, because Pakistan had become their closest ally. At this point, Pakistan was a very close ally to the US. It had firmly aligned with the Western countries during the Cold War period. So as Pakistan was critical for them, they wouldn't care what Pakistani army and the Pakistani government would do in East Pakistan. So India was all alone in this battle. If something had to be done, it had to be done by India. So at this crucial point, Prime Minister Indira Gandhi took some very bold and gutsy decisions that led India to get directly involved in this conflict. And eventually, we played a direct role in breaking Pakistan into two parts. India was not just driven by the burden and the moral obligation, but we also saw this as a strategic opportunity to exploit the internal divide of Pakistan. Because by then, Pakistan had become a problematic neighbor for India. Pakistan was no good friend of India. Right? We had already fought two wars, the 1947 war and the 1965 war. Both were over the Kashmir dispute. Pakistan was in illegal occupation of Indian territory in Jammu and Kashmir. It was repeatedly causing problems for India, not just in Kashmir, but also in Northeast India. In the Northeast, via East Pakistan, it was sponsoring the insurgent groups, especially the Mizo outfits and Naga outfits, such as Mizo National Front, which was an insurgent organization, and the Naga insurgent groups. They were getting support from East Pakistan, where Pakistan was waging a covert war against India, a secret war, by sponsoring insurgent terror outfits against India. So India knew that we can't deal with two Pakistans. One Pakistan on the west itself was a big headache, right? Dealing with the East Pakistan, where the territory was being used to target India, destabilize the Northeast region, was a nightmare for India. So this was seen as a strategic opportunity by the Indira Gandhi government to exploit the internal divide of Pakistan and probably break the country into two parts. The goal of India was very clear: to protect the Bengalis and provide direct support to the liberation movement, so we ensure that Bangladesh becomes a new independent country. That was the only way through which we could achieve all these objectives. We could protect the Bengalis, give them equal rights, and ensure that Indian interests are also protected by breaking Pakistan apart. So based on this strategy, Prime Minister Indira Gandhi launched not just an overt war. The overt war happened much later. The 1971 war that you all have heard about, read about, it happened much later in December 1971. It was a very short, brief war fought between 3rd to 16th December 1971. It lasted just 2 weeks. But this war came much later. The overt phase of the war happened much later. In fact, much before this, many, many months before this, India was already involved in a war with Pakistan, and it was a secret war that Prime Minister Indira Gandhi had launched. Through India's Foreign Intelligence Agency, the RAW, Research and Analysis Wing, a covert war had already been launched by India as early as 1969-1970. Right? When the crisis had already started to emerge, RAW was already involved in what was happening in East Pakistan. RAW was a newly created intelligence agency. It was established in 1968 by Prime Minister Indira Gandhi. All right? Until then, we had only one intelligence agency, that is the IB, Intelligence Bureau. Until 1968, IB was handling both domestic intelligence and foreign intelligence. But following the 1962 war with China and 1965 war with Pakistan, the deficiencies in our intelligence gathering had come up. IB was not able to handle both domestic and foreign intelligence. These are very specialized roles, and you need different agencies for that. So following these back-to-back wars in 1960s, Prime Minister Indira Gandhi decided to bifurcate the function of domestic and foreign intelligence, and in 1968, IB was assigned the role of only domestic intelligence, that is intelligence gathering and intelligence operations within the country. And a brand new organization was created for external intelligence, which is the RAW, Research and Analysis Wing, established in the year 1968. It was founded under the leadership of a legendary intelligence officer, R.N. Kao, Ramnath Kao, from the Colonial Police Service. He was part of the Indian Civil Services, right, belonging to the IPS, and he was very close to Indira Gandhi, a very close advisor of Indira Gandhi. So under his leadership, RAW was established, and very quickly it became a formidable intelligence agency. Ramnath Kao is widely regarded, not just in India but around the world, as one of the top spy masters. He laid the foundation for a formidable intelligence organization that would have the ability to collect intelligence in our neighborhood and beyond, and also to run covert operations to destabilize other countries if needed. To protect our national interests, sometimes you may have to get involved in such covert operations where you're targeting another country, destabilizing them in order to protect our own interests. So this phase of the war that was launched by Prime Minister Indira Gandhi is unacknowledged even to this date. The government does not acknowledge this war. That is how covert wars are. It's a covert war, meaning it's a secret war. It will not be acknowledged by the government. Government will deny that such a war happened. But there are enough accounts by experts, historians, former intelligence officers and military officers who were involved in these operations, which gives us insight into the secret war that India carried out in East Pakistan. This secret war was critical in breaking Pakistan into two. It helped in destabilizing the country through targeted operations where India supported a rebel group called the Mukti Bahini rebels. The Bengali liberation leaders, right, some of them were leading a political struggle. The political struggle was led by the Shanti Bahini. The Shanti Bahini, under the leadership of Awami League, under Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, was leading the political phase of the struggle. Right? India would build very close ties with the Awami League and the Shanti Bahini movement. So India's intelligence agency and even the Ministry of External Affairs would closely work with the Awami League leaders and Sheikh Mujibur Rahman. And Sheikh Mujibur Rahman had become a very good friend of India, very close friend of India, a trusted partner for India. So we not only gave the political and diplomatic support that was needed, but we also directly backed a rebel group, that is the Mukti Bahini. The Mukti Bahini would get direct support from India, where we would provide weapons and training, and as well as the required funds to sustain this armed movement. It was an armed organization. It was largely made up of the Bengali refugees who had come to India. So essentially, the RAW would recruit the Bengali refugees who were willing to fight, for their independence. The Research and Analysis Wing would set up training camps along the borders where refugee camps were present. And many refugees were recruited into Mukti Bahini, and India would provide them military-grade training, supply weapons to them, funds to them, and push them back into East Pakistan so they could go back and target the Pakistani army. This is how India played a direct role in destabilizing Pakistan, by backing the Mukti Bahini rebels. We provided complete diplomatic support as well to the liberation movement by highlighting the atrocities Pakistan was committing at global platforms. At United Nations and in foreign capitals, Indian diplomats would collect evidence and present this to foreign governments to get global support in India's favor. Is that clear? Since Western countries were ignoring it, US was not doing anything about this. India played the diplomatic role, brought up this issue at global platforms and with foreign governments to highlight the genocide that Pakistan was carrying out. So we not only extended political diplomatic support, we gave complete direct backing to the armed liberation movement as well, carried out by Mukti Bahini rebels. So this secret war was already underway by 1970 itself, even before Operation Searchlight. But after Operation Searchlight, the operation was scaled up, and RAW played a critical role in weakening Pakistan and destabilizing Pakistan internally. Is that clear? This finally led to the overt war in the last phase. India was expecting this to happen, right? Because Pakistan would realize what India was doing. It would realize the role of RAW in providing direct backing to this rebellion movement. So India was expecting Pakistan to go to war with India, to launch an attack against India. This is where a strategic call was made by the government, the Prime Minister, along with the armed forces, especially Sam Manekshaw, the legendary army chief. They would take a strategic call that India would not be the first country to launch the attack. We wouldn't get directly involved in a overt war. India wouldn't start this war because it was very important to create the right image in front of the world. If India had attacked Pakistan in an overt war, India would have triggered the conflict, right? We would have become the instigator of the war, and the blame would have been placed on India. Please remember, this was a time where we didn't have support from most of the Western countries. Western countries always believed that India was with Soviet Union. This was the Cold War period, a very difficult period for India. It was very crucial to set the right image in front of the global community because diplomatic support matters in such conflicts. Also, time was needed to prepare the armed forces. So India waited, India prepared, but we never launched the first attack. We wanted Pakistan to take that step and instigate the conflict if it wanted. Until then, we were continuing the secret war through RAW, where we were destabilizing the country through Mukti Bahini. And then, as expected by India, Pakistan was the first to launch an attack against India. Pakistan was frustrated. It was losing control and it was about to lose East Pakistan. So out of this desperation, the Pakistani Air Force launched the first strikes against India in the western sector towards Punjab and Kashmir. So from West Pakistan, the Pakistani Air Force launched the attacks on the 3rd of December, and they tried bombing the air bases of India towards the western borders. Immediately, Prime Minister Indira Gandhi declared war against Pakistan because now India was acting in defense. India was retaliating. We were not the instigator. Pakistan was the instigator. So by declaring a full-fledged war, all the three services, the Army, Navy, and the Indian Air Force, would play a decisive role in defeating Pakistan and breaking Pakistan in just under 2 weeks. It was a very swift conflict. This was the level of preparedness on India's part. Due to the right strategic decisions and right planning and the right execution, we managed to end this conflict very quickly and we delivered a conclusive defeat to Pakistan. It was a humiliating defeat to Pakistan. It was the first war of its kind where all three services played a big role and an equally important role. Because the previous wars of 1947, 1962, 1965, they were largely led by the Indian Army with some role of Indian Air Force. But Navy had never played a big role in a war in the past. 1971 was the first conflict where all three services played a critical role. The Indian Navy effectively blocked the supply routes because if Pakistan had to send reinforcements from west to east to back the Pakistani army, it had to be through the sea route, that is across Arabian Sea, then from Indian Ocean to Bay of Bengal, and then reach East Pakistan. Because India had closed the airspace, we had shut the airspace for Pakistan. Pakistani aircraft could not pass over Indian airspace. The only route available for Pakistan to send reinforcements was through the sea route. So Indian Navy blockaded the route for Pakistani Navy. Indian Navy played a critical role in destroying multiple Pakistani naval ships and submarines. And on the 4th of December, we launched a devastating strike on Karachi Harbour. Karachi was a major naval base for Pakistani Navy, and Indian Navy literally set Karachi on fire. The oil tanks at the port and naval base were destroyed by the naval missile strikes. And this was a major loss for Pakistan. That's why even today, we mark 4th of December as the Navy Day. The heroics of the Navy celebrated on the 4th of December because that was the day on which we set Karachi literally on fire. So in the subsequent days, there was a naval blockade that was imposed in Arabian Sea and Bay of Bengal, where we blocked the movement of Pakistani ships and Pakistani submarines. The Indian Air Force played a critical role on both the sides, both in West and East Pakistan. Right? Pakistani Air Force was outnumbered. Indian Air Force completely dominated the aerial conflict. We destroyed multiple Pakistani air bases and we hit strategic locations which weakened the Pakistani assault. And then the Indian Army, which had prepared thoroughly for this conflict under the leadership of Sam Manekshaw, carried out a full invasion into East Pakistan. It was a full blown out invasion. Thousands of Indian troops, accompanied with tanks, artillery, guns, and heavy weaponry, would invade into East Pakistan with the support of Mukti Bahini rebels. The Mukti Bahini rebels, trained by RAW, they would act as a major support network. They would provide the required intelligence. They would create an opening for Indian Army to invade into the country, and they would work together with Indian Armed Forces. So that is the reason why India could deliver this victory. And it was one of the finest moments for India, one of the finest military, intelligence, and diplomatic moments for India. Because this was an outright victory, a conclusive victory, where we had defeated the enemy and we had broken the enemy country into two parts. When the war ended on 16 December, a new country was born. The map of South Asia had changed thanks to the efforts of India. Right? It was such a conclusive defeat that Pakistan officially surrendered. Usually in a war, you don't get such a conclusive result. In modern era, most wars are inconclusive. They become a stalemate. Like, for example, look at the Vietnam War. Look at Afghan war involving the US. Look at Russia-Ukraine war, which is going on. You don't have conclusive results. Neither side will clearly win the conflict. Correct? It always ends as a stalemate or both sides will claim victory. But this was a rare occasion where India had conclusively won and Pakistan officially accepted defeat. It publicly accepted that it had lost the war and it gave up its right over East Pakistan. This picture that I have shared here, it's a historic image. You can see General A.A.K. Niazi from the Pakistani army, who was the commander of the Pakistani army in East Pakistan, signing this instrument of surrender officially in front of Indian military officials. It officially signed the instrument of surrender, accepting defeat, and we captured 93,000 Pakistani soldiers as POWs. POW stands for prisoners of war. 93,000 Pakistani soldiers were held as prisoners of war in Indian custody, and Pakistan had officially accepted defeat. Is that clear? We finally brought the war to a formal end by calling for a meeting at Shimla. Prime Minister Indira Gandhi invited the Pakistani leader for a formal negotiation so we could work out a peace treaty which would end the war officially. So the Shimla conference took place in 1972 and we signed the Shimla Agreement in 1972, which formally brought this war to an end. So this was the direct role of India in liberating Bangladesh, in breaking Pakistan into two parts. So now that you have understood the entire course of the conflict and the Indian involvement, we should also know about the Shimla Agreement and its provisions. Even though it's an old topic, it is still very, very important because some of its provisions, they are relevant even today. Even today, in the context of India-Pakistan relations, India brings up the commitments Pakistan had made under the Shimla Agreement. That's why the topic is important. So let me tell you what the Shimla Agreement contained. India achieved some big success under the Shimla Agreement. It was through this agreement that Pakistan formally gave recognition to Bangladesh. which basically meant Pakistan had given up its claims and it was officially recognizing Bangladesh as a new independent country. This was possible because India held all the leverage. India held all the leverage. We had 93,000 POWs in our custody. Obviously, Pakistan would want the soldiers back and ensure their safety. We also held Pakistani territory, both in West and East Pakistan. So India had all the advantage on its side. We used this leverage to deliver a very important agreement, that's the Shimla Agreement. Pakistan was forced to give official diplomatic recognition to Bangladesh that marked the birth of a new nation, right? Of course, Bangladesh was created on 16 December itself when the war ended. But the official recognition from Pakistan was very crucial, and India delivered this through Shimla Agreement. And we treated the POWs with respect and dignity. India has never violated the rules of engagement. We strictly follow the Geneva Convention that deals with treatment of war criminals or treatment of POWs, right? We never violate human rights, unlike Pakistan, and we respectfully returned them back, but under certain conditions. India agreed to return the POWs in exchange for our soldiers as well, because several Indian soldiers were also captured by Pakistan. So we agreed to exchange the POWs, but under certain conditions. The condition from India was Pakistan would make a commitment, a promise to follow the Charter of the UN and respect the sovereignty and territorial integrity of the nation. Meaning Pakistan was making a promise to not use its territory to carry out attacks against India. It was a commitment from Pakistan that it would not interfere in India's internal issues, it would not meddle with our integrity and sovereignty, and it would behave like a good neighbor. So this basically meant that Pakistan should stop its covert war against India. It should stop supporting any outfit which could target India and destabilize India. But obviously, Pakistan has failed in upholding this commitment. As you know, Pakistan has sponsored and nurtured multiple terror groups against India, even after the Shimla Agreement. So this provision is important even today because India brings up this failed commitment of Pakistan whenever we discuss with Pakistan. Even today, when we discuss the issue of terrorism with Pakistan, we remind Pakistan that it had failed in upholding this promise. It had made a commitment in front of the world saying that it will be a good neighbor, it will not interfere with India, it will not threaten our sovereignty and integrity, and it will follow the Charter of the UN to respect the sovereignty of the other countries. Obviously, Pakistan has betrayed this commitment. So we use the Shimla Agreement to show that Pakistan is a country which can't be trusted. Is that clear? Even now, we remind Pakistan of this failed obligation. The other important development under Shimla Agreement is related to the Kashmir conflict, the Kashmir dispute. See, today, the temporary de facto boundary you have in Kashmir, it's called line of control, the LOC. Correct? But before Shimla Agreement, it was called the ceasefire line. The current temporary boundary you have in Kashmir, where Pakistan has illegally captured our territory, right? That is a temporary de facto border from 1947. This temporary line, today we call it as LOC, the line of control. This name was given through Shimla Agreement. Prior to Shimla Agreement, it was called the ceasefire line that was finalized under Karachi Agreement of 1949, which ended the 1947 war. The first India-Pakistan war over Kashmir had been ended with the involvement of the United Nations. India had taken the matter to the UN to resolve this conflict and bring the war to a quick end. And the UN had intervened to work out the Karachi Agreement of 1949. Under the Karachi Agreement, the temporary border, the positions that were held by India-Pakistan, it was recognized as the ceasefire line. Is that clear? And the United Nations had given itself a role to monitor the ceasefire by establishing a military observer group, both in India and Pakistan. But later, India would realize that getting UN involved in this matter was a mistake. Initially, Prime Minister Nehru had hoped that UN would provide a fair and mediated solution because we placed faith in the international order. As a new responsible country, which was committed to the UN Charter, we believed that UN could work out a fair solution. But later, India realized that some of the permanent members, the P5 countries, especially the United Kingdom, was clearly biased in favor of Pakistan. India wasn't getting the right support at the UN over the Kashmir issue, right? So in retrospect, definitely taking the Kashmir issue to the UN is a diplomatic mistake. So India was trying to correct this mistake. It was trying to remove any third party role, any third party involvement in the Kashmir dispute. And we got the opportunity in 1971. Since India held all the leverage, we forced Pakistan to agree to rename the ceasefire line as line of control. It was a very clever move from India. Nothing changed on the ground. On the ground, the line is the same. Whatever boundaries we had in 1947, the temporary boundary, it's the same boundary even today. All right? The change is only technical. It is a change only on the paper and maps. India-Pakistan bilaterally agreed that it will not be called ceasefire line anymore. It will be line of control or LOC. So because of this clever change in language, the role of UN was eliminated. The role of UN was eliminated in the Kashmir dispute. How? Because the ceasefire line created under Karachi Agreement is monitored by the UN Military Observer Group. That is how UN was playing a role in the Kashmir dispute. Now, if there is no ceasefire line, if you technically eliminate the ceasefire line itself, then what will the UN monitor? Right? The UN Military Observer Group was established under Karachi Agreement to monitor this ceasefire line. If the ceasefire line itself is removed, and if we rename this as line of control, and if India, Pakistan agree to it, then UN has no role in the Kashmir issue. What will the Military Observer Group monitor in Kashmir? There is no ceasefire line at all. And that is the change that India achieved. Pakistan agreed to settle any differences through bilateral negotiations only, meaning we ruled out third-party involvement in the Kashmir dispute. Not just the role of UN, no third country can also get involved in Kashmir dispute because of Shimla Agreement. That is the success of India under the Shimla Agreement. We ensured that neither US nor UK nor China nor the UN can play a role in the future because India and Pakistan have given a commitment to each other to resolve their differences only through bilateral negotiations. We turned Kashmir issue back into a bilateral issue and eliminated any kind of third-party involvement by renaming ceasefire line as line of control. Is that clear? That is why the Shimla Agreement is very, very important. It's very relevant even today because Pakistan again has tried to betray this commitment. It has constantly tried to internationalize the Kashmir issue. Right? Even though it has agreed to bilaterally settle the Kashmir issue, it still tries to take the matter to UN and other countries and it tries to blame India. You might have seen recently when India revoked the special status of J&K under Article 370 and reorganized Jammu and Kashmir. Pakistan brought up the issue at the UN and other platforms like Organization of Islamic Cooperation. And whenever there are disturbances in Kashmir, right, when civilians are killed or injured because of counter-terrorist, counter-insurgency operations, Pakistan raises the issue at global platforms and accuses India of committing human rights violations. Now, this is a breach of Shimla commitment because Pakistan had agreed to not internationalize the issue and settle all differences bilaterally, and role for third-party involvement was eliminated, right? So this is the position of India even today. We don't allow third parties to get involved. Not UN, not China, not US or UK. No country can get involved in the Kashmir issue. We've ensured that it's an issue only between India and Pakistan. And it happened in 1972 under the Shimla Agreement. Is that clear? That is the importance of renaming ceasefire line as the line of control. So this almost completes my detailed discussion of India's role in liberation of Bangladesh. Now we are coming to the last part of this discussion. I would like to address one important question or doubt that most of you will have. Because I've seen this question come repeatedly in many classes. Many students have asked the same doubt. I'm sure many of you will have the same question as well. Many of you would be wondering why India didn't use this opportunity to capture Kashmir as well, the occupied areas. There are many experts as well who criticize the government and Prime Minister Indira Gandhi for not using the opportunity to take back POK, Pakistan Occupied Kashmir. If we had defeated Pakistan so conclusively, if Pakistan had accepted defeat and signed the instrument of surrender, if we had 93,000 of their soldiers in our custody, then why didn't we make a move on Kashmir? Why didn't we extend the war, capture Kashmir as well, and permanently settle this war? Right? That is an obvious question many of you will have, and many critics also have the same argument. But let me tell you why this would have been impossible for India, and also it would have been a blunder for India to make a move on Kashmir in 1971. To understand this, you should look at the global context of the war. This was not just a regional war between India and Pakistan. This was a global conflict. This was a conflict which had global ramifications. Please don't forget, this war was fought during the heights of the Cold War period, where there was a major division and rivalry between US and the Soviet Union. Correct? And also remember, this conflict was primarily about creating Bangladesh, helping the people of East Pakistan. This conflict was never about Kashmir. If India had made this war about Kashmir, we would have lost the critical global support that we got against Pakistan. Many countries, especially developing, underdeveloped countries, they all supported India just because India was doing the right thing. We were acting largely on humanitarian grounds. As a moral duty, we were protecting the Bengalis. India was not the instigator. Pakistan was the one which attacked India, and India retaliated in defense by declaring a war. So we had carefully played out this war, and the main focus here was to help Bengalis and liberate Bangladesh. These were the two goals of India, and both the goals were achieved. If we had set any other agenda, any other goal, no country would have supported India. Kashmir issue is a separate issue altogether. Merging the two would have shown India as a selfish country which is simply exploiting the opportunity to take back Kashmir. That was one challenge. We might have lost global support because this war was never about Kashmir. This was about the Bengali people, the atrocities they were suffering. It was about creating Bangladesh. That's why India had never stated that it wants to occupy Bangladesh for itself. If we wanted, we could have. We had invaded the country, thrown out the Pakistani state. But we never held Bangladesh for ourselves because that was not the objective. Then we would be a expansionist annexating power like China. India is not an aggressive power. We don't occupy others' territories. The goal of the war was very clear. Prime Minister Indira Gandhi had clearly set the goal that we are going to liberate the country and we are going to come back. We are going to pull out the troops. We are not going to stay permanently. The goal was to help the Bengali people genuinely and use the opportunity to break Pakistan, create Bangladesh as a new country. So once those goals were achieved, it was important to end our involvement. We had to pull out the troops in Bangladesh as well. Or else we would have lost global faith. We would have lost our global image and support. Is that clear? That's one very important point. The second point is that the fatigue of the Indian armed forces. See, India was not a major global military power. It's not that we could have continued the war for months together. Even we had limited resources, right? The armed forces were completely drained by the end of this 2-week war. Now, capturing Kashmir would have meant the war would have continued. Pakistan wouldn't have given up so easily. It wouldn't have surrendered. The war would have dragged for many more months. It would have drained our economy and resources as well. And more importantly, our armed forces had limited capabilities back then. Right? Kashmir is a different terrain, a very difficult geography. So there would be no certainty that India would take back POK just by extending the war. See, it's easy to sit in rooms and discuss and say that we should have captured POK. But on the ground, things differ. If Russia couldn't defeat Ukraine, despite all the edge it had, then there is every possibility that India might have failed as well in taking back POK, even if, hypothetically, if we had extended the war. Right? You should take into account the morale of the forces, the fatigue that they suffer as well, the losses they suffer. And also, we didn't have enough weapons, enough equipment. We didn't have very modern militaries. We were more dominant than Pakistan, but we had exhausted our resources by then. Continuing the war would have increased the difficulty for both sides, and India would have suffered, and there was no guarantee that we are going to win that war. Pakistan would have continued the effort, right? It wouldn't give up Kashmir so easily. That was the second major reason. But the biggest reason was the support of US to Pakistan. This is something India couldn't withstand on its own. During the Cold War, Pakistan had become a very close ally of the US, as it was helping the US establish ties with China. In 1968-69, the then American President Richard Nixon and his national security advisor Henry Kissinger, they had made it their personal priority to re-establish diplomatic ties with China. Re-establishing US-China relations had become a top priority for the Nixon administration. Because when PRC was formed after the Chinese Civil War and after it annexed Tibet, the US had not recognized the PRC. US had given recognition to Republic of China, which had been pushed into Taiwan. So US did not have relations with the PRC at this point. Understood? So US made it a priority in 1968-69 to formally establish ties with China, because that way it could pull China away from communist influence and weaken the Soviet Union. China being a communist country, the US believed that it could pull China away from the communist bloc, pull it away from Soviet influence. Also, US saw economic opportunities in China because China was about to open up its economy and liberalize and globalize its economy. So driven by these geopolitical and economic interests, US was desperately seeking diplomatic ties with China, and it needed someone to mediate the relationship. And guess who mediated between them? It was Pakistan. The Pakistani leaders, especially the army chief, they had very good ties with the Chinese leadership and the American leadership. So Pakistan worked secretly between US and China and played a very, very big role in establishing ties between US and China. So as a result, Nixon and Kissinger, they loved Pakistan. They loved everything about Pakistan. They loved the fact it was dominated by the army. And the worst part was they hated everything about India. This was racial discrimination. Now, how do we know about this? There are declassified documents from the White House. After many decades, documents of the White House have been declassified, which contain the speech and the references made by Nixon and Kissinger regarding India and Pakistan. If you look at these documents, you'll be horrified. Nixon and Kissinger, they hated Indians on racial lines. They saw India as a poor, backward, third world country. And they personally had hatred against Indira Gandhi. They couldn't tolerate the fact that a woman was leading the largest democracy in the world. They would use expletive words and abuses for Indira Gandhi and Indian people. This is documented in White House records. That shows their bias in favor of Pakistan and against India. The top leadership of the US, the president and the national security advisor, they were firmly against India and completely in favor of Pakistan. And now that Pakistan had helped US in establishing ties with China, the US gave complete support to Pakistan during the 1971 war. The US had assumed that since India was leading the non-aligned movement, it was not aligning with other democracies. They assumed that India is with Soviet Union, even though we weren't. We were truly being non-aligned. We didn't choose between US and Soviet Union. We were being neutral. But this is the American imperialism. They would assume that if you're not with them, you're against them. They could never understand why a democracy like India was being non-aligned. They assumed that India was already with Soviet Union, and this also played a role in Nixon and Kissinger developing such racial biases against India. So during the war, the US not only supported Pakistan diplomatically and even with regard to military support, but the US went one step ahead and threatened India with direct military consequences. To save Pakistan, because it was very clear Pakistan would break apart. So US made a desperate last-minute attempt to save Pakistan from getting broken apart, and it deployed the Navy into Bay of Bengal to issue a direct threat to Prime Minister Indira Gandhi. See, the US has a major military base in the Indian Ocean. All right, I'll show this location in one of the next classes. When we study Indian Ocean, I'll show you an island called Diego Garcia. Below Maldives, near Mauritius, there is a small British territory in the Indian Ocean. It still belongs to Britain. It's called the Diego Garcia Island. This island has been leased by Britain to the US after Second World War. So US and Britain, they maintain a major military base in the Indian Ocean at Diego Garcia. Right? From here, the 7th Naval Fleet of the US, which consisted of a carrier battle group led by USS Enterprise, which is an aircraft carrier with nuclear weapons and fighter jets on board, was deployed into Bay of Bengal as a direct open threat to India. The threat was, if India doesn't stop the conflict, US is going to attack India. And these American ships, it's not just one ship, it's not just one aircraft carrier, it's an entire task force. It's an entire carrier battle group that consists of aircraft carriers along with missile destroyers, stealth frigates, and submarines armed with nuclear weapons. Is that clear? So India could never stand up to such an American threat. This possibly could have turned into an India-US war at this point, because US had become completely hostile to India. It not only ignored Pakistan's atrocities and gave support to Pakistan, it went to the extent of threatening India. It gave a direct military threat, and it was not just a verbal threat. They acted on it. They deployed their naval fleet, their task force, into the Bay of Bengal, issuing a final ultimatum for India. So this was a make or break point for India. This is where Prime Minister Indira Gandhi is credited with a diplomatic masterstroke. Indira Gandhi took a call to abandon non-alignment. We gave up the non-aligned approach, we moved away from the non-aligned approach, and we sought direct support from Soviet Union. In 1971, at the peak of the war, right, in August 1971, India would reach out to Soviet Union, and Soviet Union was more than willing to help India, and we signed a historic treaty with the Soviets, the Treaty of Peace, Friendship, and Cooperation. Under this treaty, the Soviet Union promised military support to India. It promised to defend India against external threats if required. Now, this was a critical step. We had moved away from non-alignment, sided clearly with the Soviet power bloc, and got a guarantee from Soviet Union that they will protect India and defend India in case of an American attack. And according to several reports, the Soviet Navy was already deployed in the Indian Ocean, and they were already tailing the American naval fleet. They were essentially tracking the American vessels right behind them. And The presence of Soviet naval ships and submarines with nuclear weapons is what pushed the American forces back. This had every potential to turn into a US-Soviet conflict. After the Cuban Missile Crisis in 1965, where US-Soviet Union came very close to exchanging nuclear weapons, this was the first time they were getting closer to another conflict, right? So the potential of this conflict was global, not just regional between India and Pakistan. The US was even encouraging China to attack India from the north to put India under pressure. Now that it had set up ties with China and become a friend of China, it encouraged China as well to attack India from the north. But China refused to participate. China had no interest to get involved in this conflict. Is that clear? Now, please understand the difficult circumstances here. If India had extended the conflict, if we had kept our eyes on POK, right, Soviet support could also have been withdrawn. Soviets were not foolish enough to get into a conflict with the US because of India and Pakistan. The support they gave to India was limited to the fact that India will liberate Bangladesh and pull out from the conflict. Any dragging of the conflict, which could bring US and Soviet Union into a confrontation, right, would have led to withdrawal of Soviet support as well, which was crucial for us to stand up to the American threat. So given all these circumstances, it was near impossible for India to lay eyes on POK. It was out of the question. It's easy to make these arguments today, but trust me, the right call was made. We didn't have the military capability to continue the war. We were bothered about the global support, the global image, which was very important. This war was never about Kashmir. It was not about POK. It was about Bengali people. It was about the genocide which happened. It was about Bangladesh. So once we achieved the objective, we pulled out and settled the conflict through Shimla Agreement, thus establishing India as a responsible power. If we had pushed over POK, either the war would have dragged, there was no guarantee we would have won that conflict, we would have lost the global image and global support, and maybe Soviet support also might have been withdrawn. Right? Soviets wouldn't have risked a bigger confrontation with the US. So given these global circumstances in the Cold War period, India did the best that was possible, and we achieved the goals which were important for us. The goal was to liberate Bangladesh and ensure that Pakistan is not the same threat to India. And we did that very effectively. And as promised, we returned all POWs with full dignity. Over the next few years, all the captured soldiers were returned back. And that is how the war came to a formal end. Is that clear? So this part of history involving India, Pakistan, and Bangladesh is very, very important. It's not just about India-Bangladesh relations. It's about the Cold War as well. It's about our ties with US and Soviet Union and how they have changed over the years. Understood? So all these topics we have discussed, they are very, very important for our exams. Not just in IR, but even in world history and post-independence history. So you can expect a question. UPSC has already asked a question on this topic, on the liberation of Bangladesh war. You can still anticipate questions on this very important topic. Is that clear? So I think now we can continue for 5 more minutes. Then we'll take a break. I'll take some questions and we'll take a short break. Let me just continue for 5 more minutes before the break. So once Bangladesh was created, as you can expect, the Awami League came to power, and Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, the founding father of Bangladesh, became the leader of the country. He became the prime minister. You can see Sheikh Mujibur Rahman in this image. He was a great friend of India. The Awami League itself was a trusted partner for India. We had worked closely with Awami League and Sheikh Mujibur Rahman in liberating Bangladesh. In fact, many Indian leaders as well, like Jyoti Basu from West Bengal, Pranab Mukherjee, they were all very close to Sheikh Mujibur Rahman. Even Prime Minister Indira Gandhi, right? They were personally close to Sheikh Mujibur Rahman. These close bonds is what helped establish close relations between the new country and India. India was very eager to work on this friendly relationship and deal with all the issues that we were facing from Bangladesh. Bangladesh obviously was very grateful to India, right? The Awami League, Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, and the people of Bangladesh in general. They were very grateful to India. They knew what India had done. They knew India's efforts. And they were thankful to India and ever grateful to India. So naturally, very cordial, friendly relations developed. And India was eager to settle some issues, resolve some of the standing disputes we had. Like we had water sharing issues, we had a land boundary issue, right? Then we had the security crisis where Northeast insurgents were getting support. So we were very eager to resolve these issues and take forward this friendly relationship. So initially the right steps were taken because of obviously Sheikh Mujibur Rahman was a good friend of India. We had a friendly government. Things were going well and some initial steps were taken to resolve the land boundary issue. We will study the land boundary issue after the break. All right. Some steps were taken to resolve water sharing issues as well, like Ganga water sharing. So the initial steps were being taken. But before we could achieve anything concrete, there was a major setback for India, Bangladesh. There was a massive loss because Sheikh Mujibur Rahman was assassinated in 1975. Is that clear? This was a huge setback for India-Bangladesh relations. This assassination was carried out by the rebels within the Bangladeshi army. See, please don't assume that just because Bangladesh got created, that support for Pakistan was lost. Within the Bangladeshi society, there has been a divide. There has been a divide within Bangladesh between the nationalists who are secular, who are pro-India, and they are the ones who fought for Bengali liberation. That is Awami League, the supporters of Awami League. They are the nationalist elements. They are secular in character, they are pro-India in their approach, and they were the ones who stood for the Bengali liberation movement. They were the ones who fought for Bengali nationalist identity. Is that clear? So even today, the Bangladeshi nationalists and Awami League, they are grateful to India, they're still supportive of India. But there's another faction in Bangladesh, the fundamentalists. These fundamentalists, they remained pro-Pakistan. They could never accept the loss. They could never accept the breakup of the erstwhile Pakistani state. These were the elements who were more radical, fundamentalist in nature, and they were constantly trying to reverse the loss suffered by Pakistan. These were the elements who were still loyal to Pakistan even after the independence of Bangladesh. These were the pro-Pakistan radical elements, the fundamentalists. Understood? So after Awami League came to power, trials were started to arrest and punish the war criminals. Remember, many Pakistani generals and officers, they had ordered the killings of Bengalis. They had committed a genocide by killing millions of people. These war criminals were being tried by the tribunals that were set up. And the nationalists wanted justice to be done for the Bengali liberation fighters. But the trials were opposed by the fundamentalists. The radicals were supporting war criminals. So this had created a division within Bangladesh, and Pakistan was seeking revenge for the losses it had suffered. Of course, Pakistan wouldn't change its behavior, right? The promises made in Shimla Agreement was just for the sake of it. It was seeking revenge against both India and Bangladesh. So Pakistani intelligence agency, the ISI, and the Pakistani army, they were constantly encouraging these fundamentalists who were present within the Bangladeshi army itself. They made many attempts to assassinate Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, but every time he was being protected by RAW. India was playing a big role in safeguarding Sheikh Mujibur Rahman and his family. In this image, you can see his daughter. Who is this? This is none other than Sheikh Hasina, the current Prime Minister of Bangladesh. So India has a history of protecting Mujibur Rahman's family, right? We have prevented some assassinations as well by providing intelligence inputs. But finally, these fundamentalists within the Bangladeshi army, they managed to assassinate Sheikh Mujibur Rahman. And with this, almost the entire family of Mujibur Rahman was wiped out. Only Sheikh Hasina and her sister survived because at that time when the attack happened, they weren't in Bangladesh. They were studying in a foreign country. And thanks to that, Sheikh Hasina and her sister survived, but rest of the family was wiped out with many top leaders of Awami League government. The government itself was thrown out. And in 1975, the Bangladeshi military captured power and established a military dictatorship until 1991. Now, this was a disaster for India. All the gains we had made was lost within a matter of few years. The Awami League government was thrown out, the elected government was toppled, and the Bangladeshi military captured power and established a military dictatorship. This government became hostile to India. It harbored anti-India elements, and it emerged as a pro-Pakistan military dictatorship. It would derail many Indian projects and Indian initiatives, including a proposed pipeline from India to Bangladesh to Myanmar. It would get closer to Pakistan, and it would allow the ISI to create a safe haven for Northeast insurgents and as well as other Pakistan-sponsored terrorist organizations. The Bangladeshi military that formed the dictatorship in Bangladesh was clearly a hostile government to India. So Indian interests were directly threatened. Transit access was denied to Northeast region. The border problems kept increasing, and illegal migration became a big challenge. Since Bangladesh was struggling economically, the Bangladeshi people, they didn't have enough opportunities. So they tried crossing the border illegally into India to find better livelihoods that resulted in large-scale illegal migration. This would create social problems in the Northeast. It caused demographic changes. The indigenous native communities in Northeast India, they opposed the entry of illegal migrants on such a large scale, and it triggered socio-ethnic tensions in Assam and in Tripura. This directly contributed to the rise of Northeast insurgency in Assam and Tripura. The various disputes we had, the water sharing disputes over Ganga and Teesta, the land boundary issue, none of them were resolved, and our relations were completely compromised under this military rule during this period from 1975 to 1991. This hostile relationship continued from 1991 to 1996. And even in the early part of 2000, almost till 2009, Bangladesh remained hostile to India, especially under a party called the BNP, the Bangladesh Nationalist Party. The BNP came to power twice, and it's a party which has been pro-Pakistan. It's a party which has been aligned with radical forces, with fundamentalists, and it has deliberately taken anti-India measures to threaten Indian interests. The BNP government was also equally hostile, just like the dictatorship. Even though democracy was restored, the BNP rule was not favorable to India. These hostile elements would be sheltered in Bangladesh, and Northeast insurgents and various Pakistan-sponsored terror groups, they got a safe haven in Bangladesh. So Bangladesh became a security nightmare for India, and it led to large-scale destabilization of the Northeast, right? Plus organized crime increased. Border security was not being handled. Illegal migration became a concern, and none of the issues that were pending were resolved. During this entire period from 1975 to 2009, the only relief was in 1996 to 2001, when Awami League had returned to power under Sheikh Hasina. Sheikh Hasina had come back and entered Bangladeshi politics. She revived the party and won the elections in 96. But her government wasn't strong enough. It didn't have enough numbers. But at least some progress was seen. We signed the Ganga Water Sharing Treaty. This was the first water sharing treaty between India and Bangladesh. The Ganga Water Sharing Treaty had been signed, and that was the only progress we saw during this entire period. Right? Because of a friendly government under Sheikh Hasina for these 5 years, there was some slight improvement, but the BNP came back to power again and the relations were derailed until 2009. These ties improved only after 2009 when Sheikh Hasina came back to power with Awami League with a complete majority, with a comprehensive victory. The last 14 years have been transformative in our relationship. It has transformed the very nature of India-Bangladesh relations. Sheikh Hasina has won consecutive back-to-back elections and she has always adopted a pro-India approach. Is that clear? Sheikh Hasina single-handedly tackled most of the threats and challenges that India was facing, and her government, the Awami League government, has transformed the ties between the two countries. The then Manmohan Singh government and the current Modi government both have worked closely with the Awami League under Sheikh Hasina's leadership. And today you are seeing a complete transformation of this relationship. And the credit largely goes to Sheikh Hasina and her party. Their pro-India approach since 2009 is what has transformed this relationship. And most of our concerns have been addressed. Is that clear? So let's stop the discussion over here. Let's come back after the break and we'll continue the discussion. We'll discuss the major developments of the last 14 years. We'll discuss some important areas of cooperation and some issues that are still present in the relationship. So let's come back by 8:05. Let's come back at 8:05. I'll take all your doubts and questions at the end of the class. All right, keep your questions ready. We'll keep aside some time at the end and we'll try to address all the doubts that are pending. So see you back at 8:05. Hello everyone, welcome back to the session. So we were talking about how India-Bangladesh relations developed after the Liberation War. We understood the hostile relations we had under the military rule and under the BNP government. Following this, when Sheikh Hasina came back to power in 2009, we started seeing a complete transformation in this relationship. In the last 14 years, Sheikh Hasina has not only developed Bangladesh, it has become a fast growing economy, but along with that, she transformed the relations with India as well. As soon as she came back to power, the then Manmohan Singh government would work closely with Bangladesh to tackle the pressing issues and challenges that we were facing from Bangladesh. Our biggest concern was Northeast insurgency because several Northeast insurgent groups like ULFA, the NSCN, and the Bodo outfits like NDFB, they had all found a safe haven in Bangladesh. There was state support, there was Pakistani support as well. So Awami League, after coming back to power, played a direct role in helping India in wiping out the support network that existed for these insurgent and terrorist organizations. Sheikh Hasina would launch a major operation against these forces. India would share intelligence with Bangladesh, and through these operations, the safe haven that existed for these insurgents was eliminated in Bangladesh. This was the biggest transformation that happened in the relationship because this was our biggest concern. The constant border security problems, the presence of cross-border terrorism and insurgency, the large-scale presence of organized crime, smuggling of drugs and weapons was rampant, human trafficking, cattle smuggling has been rampant. The route was being used to pump fake Indian currency notes into India to destabilize the Indian economy. Most of these threats were tackled because of a friendly government in Bangladesh. That is why the relationship got completely transformed. And since then, Bangladesh has ensured that its territory is not used by extremist forces that are operating against India, that are looking to target India. Awami League is committed to the secular credentials of the country. It is committed to a strong relationship with India, and it tackles extremist forces. And that is the biggest win for India. So we are seeing a complete transformation of this relationship, and Bangladesh also started registering better economic growth under Sheikh Hasina's government. Today, Bangladesh has transformed its economy. It has achieved a lot of socio-economic progress. In fact, with regard to human development, Bangladesh has outperformed India in certain categories. With regard to education, healthcare, and even microfinance, Bangladesh has become a leader in the region. And on the Human Development Index, it performs better than India in certain indicators. So there is an economic and social transformation that we have seen in Bangladesh in the last 14 years. Today, Bangladesh is transitioning from being a least developed country to a developing nation. In another 2 years, in 2026, Bangladesh will be officially designated by the World Bank as a developing country. From a least developed country, it will become a developing nation by 2026. So this means there are more opportunities in Bangladesh. There are job opportunities available. There's a better livelihood available for the people of Bangladesh. And this has helped curb illegal migration into India. There has been a very big reduction in illegal migration, which has been a concern for India. Because the large-scale illegal migration that has happened over the last 30, 40 years has been responsible for socio-ethnic problems in Northeast India. It has led to demographic changes. It has been a prime reason which triggered insurgency in Assam and Tripura. right? The entry of illegal migrants from Bangladesh has been opposed by the native indigenous communities in Assam and Tripura. So the insurgencies that broke out in Assam and Tripura in the 1970s was a direct result of the influx of illegal migrants from Bangladesh. Today, this threat has gone down. The entry of illegal migrants has reduced by a very big margin due to improving economic prospects inside Bangladesh. So this transformation is in India's favor, and that's why we have been able to build a strong relationship in the last 14 years. But however, we still have some issues and concerns, especially Bangladesh. Bangladesh felt it was let down by India as India failed to fulfill certain promises in return for all the help that Sheikh Hasina had given to India. As we discussed, Sheikh Hasina's government had single-handedly tackled the security threats being faced by India. She had promoted friendly ties in the security domain by sharing intelligence, by improving border security, by improving economic development. But however, India was supposed to return the favor because diplomacy is always about reciprocity. You give something and you take something in return. That's how a good relationship works. So India was expected to deliver few commitments, which was crucial for Bangladesh, which was vital for Sheikh Hasina and her political interests. There were two specific issues that Bangladesh was interested in. One was a resolution of the land boundary issue that has persisted from 1947. And the other was a resolution of the Teesta water sharing dispute. So Sheikh Hasina wanted India to finalize these agreements and implement them so it would benefit Bangladesh as well. This was a basic expectation from Bangladesh for all the help it had given to India in tackling the security threats being faced by India. But unfortunately, due to political circumstances, India was not able to deliver these commitments. The then Manmohan Singh government was a coalition government, right? It depended on outside support from coalition partners. So it was not able to bring out the land boundary agreement to resolve the enclave issue. And Bangladesh felt let down by India. Even the Teesta water sharing issue could not be resolved, again due to political pressure from regional parties in West Bengal. So this is a case where domestic politics has derailed our diplomacy with a friendly country. It's an example of how coalition politics, domestic politics, and regional politics could derail your foreign relations. We have seen the same happen with Sri Lanka as well. The political pressure from Tamil Nadu, the regional political pressure, and the challenges of coalition politics has derailed our relations with Sri Lanka as well in the past. So these are two examples to highlight how domestic political issues can affect our foreign relations with friendly countries. Is that clear? So let's understand more about this. Let's understand what is the land boundary issue or the enclave issue, why this land boundary agreement was needed, and what's the current status. We'll also discuss the Teesta dispute, but we'll take up the Teesta dispute at the last part of the session. I'll discuss all the water sharing issues at the end of this chapter. So there I will explain the Teesta dispute, but now let us discuss the enclave issue or the land boundary agreement. See, the enclave issue is a relic of the partition. It's a colonial blunder that was committed during partition. When India, Pakistan were created, right? The British government had set up the Radcliffe Commission. The Radcliffe Commission had been set up to draw the boundaries between India and Pakistan. That is India and West Pakistan and India and East Pakistan. Since Punjab and Bengal had to be partitioned, the boundary lines had to be drawn. For this purpose, the Radcliffe Commission had been set up. So this boundary line, which became the boundaries between India and Pakistan, it's called the Radcliffe Line. So the borders we have today with Pakistan and even the borders with Bangladesh, both of them, they are called the Ratcliffe Line. It was drawn by the Ratcliffe Commission. But while drawing these boundaries, several mistakes were made, especially towards East Pakistan. What happened was, there were several Pakistani territories which later became Bangladeshi territories after Bangladesh was born in 1971. These small islands of Pakistan, that is East Pakistan and later Bangladesh, they were trapped inside India on the other side of the border, especially that is in West Bengal. There were small Pakistani territories that were left behind on the Indian side. These are called enclaves. Enclave is a foreign territory which is entirely surrounded by the territory of another country. We call them as enclaves. Is that clear? So several such Pakistani or later Bangladeshi territories were trapped on the Indian side in West Bengal. They are like islands surrounded entirely by another country, that's India. Similarly, hundreds of Indian territories, around 111 Indian enclaves, were trapped inside East Pakistan, that is Bangladesh later. On the other side of the border, several small territories of India, around 111 such enclaves, were left behind on the Pakistan side, that later became Bangladesh. Now, when you have so many enclaves, India had 111 enclaves inside Pakistan, right? After 1971, this was under Bangladesh. Similarly, Pakistan or Bangladesh, they had around 51 enclaves on the Indian side. Now, this creates a very big problem, a very big challenge. Can anyone guess what challenge might come up when you have these enclaves, when you have so many enclaves present on the other side? What is the biggest, the most important challenge that you're going to face? Very good. Abhishek, Abhijit, then Sachin and Pooja, Shreyank and few others have given the right answer. One big challenge will be with regard to movement, that is access. Since your territories are trapped on the other side, that too with a hostile neighbor like Pakistan, and even Bangladesh later was hostile under military rule under BNP government, you cannot access these enclaves. The people cannot move around. And not just the people. The administration of these enclaves will become a nightmare because you can't reach those enclaves. The same problem existed for Pakistan and Bangladesh as well. They could never reach their enclaves on the Indian side, which means the development of these areas will get compromised. These villages that are present here, right, and the thousands of people who inhabit these enclaves, they will never get access to welfare. They will never get the benefits of government programs of their governments, of their countries. Is that clear? Since it's a hard border and complicated hostile relations between the two countries, you can't access these enclaves which are located on the other side of the border, and both countries will suffer, both the sides of the people, they will suffer due to lack of movement, lack of access, and absence of governance and administration. Even carrying out basic administration becomes a huge task. Conducting elections become a nightmare. So as a result, these enclaves became backward. They were left behind. They never saw any progress or development. It was a humanitarian crisis. So that is why an attempt was made in 1972 to try and resolve this issue by working out a land boundary agreement. When we had a friendly government under Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, an initial attempt was made by Prime Minister Indira Gandhi and Sheikh Mujibur Rahman to resolve this issue permanently by working out a land boundary agreement. The initial steps were taken. But unfortunately, we couldn't fulfill this because of the assassination of Sheikh Mujibur Rahman. Before the process could be completed, the Awami League government was thrown out and military rule was established, and Bangladesh became hostile to India. So after that, we never got an opportunity until 2009 to revisit this issue. So when Sheikh Hasina came back to power and friendly ties were restored, both countries were very eager to resolve this issue. It was a long pending issue, and we were very eager to find a solution to this. The solution is very simple. There's only one solution to this problem. These enclaves have to be exchanged. There is no other option. You can't redraw the boundary. Neither country will agree to redraw the boundary. Because if you try to include these enclaves by redrawing the boundary, both the sides will lose a lot of territory. So no country will agree to such a loss of territory. So redrawing the boundary is out of the question. It becomes a very big border dispute then. Only viable practical option is to exchange the enclaves, that is, merge the enclaves with the other country itself. Merge them permanently. That is, Bangladeshi enclaves in India will permanently become Indian territory. They'll merge with India. Indian enclaves on the other side, they'll merge with Bangladesh and they'll become Bangladeshi territory. That is a clean solution. Without any complication, without any issues, you can resolve it if you can merge the enclaves and exchange them permanently. But when you exchange the enclaves, obviously, there will be some area that will be lost for one country. If you calculate the area of these enclaves and take the difference, in net terms, one country will be ceding some territory to the other. And in this case, since India had more enclaves, we had 111 enclaves on the other side compared to 51 Bangladeshi enclaves. So if you take the total area and take the difference, it would be India which will cede a part of its territory, a very small part of its territory, to Bangladesh. But this is acceptable to resolve such a big issue and give relief to these people, right? It's a very small price to pay. You're not going to lose anything much. You just have to make the exchange happen, and in net terms, India would be ceding some amount of area to Bangladesh. This was acceptable to India, right? We were more than willing to do this. So both India and Bangladesh, they finalized a land boundary agreement by 2011. Sheikh Hasina was expecting that the Manmohan Singh government will deliver on this promise. But the problem was, to make this agreement happen, it would require a constitutional amendment. Is that clear? And the power to cede territory does not lie with the government of India. There is an article in the Constitution. Let me know which article it is in the comments. There's an article which mentions that the authority to cede Indian territory does not lie with the government. There is a specific process. It requires a constitutional amendment. And it's only the Parliament of India which has the authority to cede Indian territory if required. Very good. This is article number 3. Article 3 of the Constitution says that our territory cannot be ceded. Definitely government does not have that authority. If at all it has to be ceded, it requires a constitutional amendment under Article 368. And this would require a special majority in the Parliament. Right? Only Parliament has the authority to cede Indian territory through an amendment under Article 368. And this requires special majority. Now, the problem for Manmohan Singh government was it was a coalition government. It didn't have enough numbers in the Parliament. To get a special majority, it needed the support of the opposition parties as well. And this is where the opposition played domestic politics. The Manmohan Singh government was more than willing to make this happen. But problem was it was a weak coalition government, dependent on coalition partners. It didn't have enough numbers on its own to get a special majority. It needed the support of opposition members as well, but the opposition parties politicized the issue unnecessarily for the sake of domestic politics. They started blaming the government that India was giving away territory, losing territory. Yes, we were giving some territory, but to achieve a bigger purpose, to achieve our national interests. But in this case, political opposition, political issues within the government, within the Parliament, derailed the initiative completely. And due to lack of support, the Manmohan Singh government could not deliver this promise. So this is a case of domestic politics derailing our friendly ties with Bangladesh. Bangladesh was upset that India couldn't fulfill a basic promise, even though Bangladesh gave India all the help to tackle insurgency and border threats. Is that clear? The other expectation from Sheikh Hasina was at least Teesta issue would be resolved. Teesta water sharing agreement was finalized. The Manmohan Singh government was about to sign the Teesta agreement. But because of regional politics, because of political pressure from West Bengal, again, the Teesta agreement could not be signed. So we failed on both the promises. And this is a classic example of how foreign policy can be derailed by domestic and regional politics. Is that clear? Then finally, in 2015, after the Modi government came to power, which had enough numbers in the parliament, the same land boundary agreement was enacted. Now look at the irony of this. See, the purpose is not to make a political point. It's not about Congress, BJP. It's not about that. It's about how political issues can derail our foreign policy. The BJP, which was in opposition back then, had opposed the land boundary agreement. The same agreement had been opposed. They made it a big political issue that India was giving away territory, even though it was in our own interest. But after coming to power, the exact same agreement was passed. The 100th Constitutional Amendment Act was enacted by the parliament because the Modi government had enough numbers. It was a majority government. The constitutional amendment was done, which provided for the implementation of the land boundary agreement. So this is how domestic politics can derail our foreign policy and affect our national interests. But fortunately, we managed to rectify this in 2015 by implementing the land boundary agreement. So in the next 3 years, we completed the process of exchanging the enclaves. By 2018, this issue was completely resolved. The enclave issue does not exist anymore. Those enclaves are not present anymore. You don't have Indian enclaves and Bangladeshi enclaves anymore. They have been permanently merged with each other's countries. And the people here, they were given the option to choose their citizenship that they want. Since the people here have been affected from decades, right? They were given the option to opt for the citizenship that they want. Let's say Indians on the other side, in the Indian enclaves, if they want to remain in Bangladesh, because they've spent their entire life over there, they've been born there, their ancestors were from there. If they want, they can remain in Bangladesh itself and give up Indian citizenship. And Bangladeshi citizenship will be given to them. And vice versa. Those in Bangladeshi enclaves, right, who have been surrounded by India throughout their life, if they want to remain in India, they can give up Bangladeshi citizenship and they can get Indian citizenship. Or else, if they want to keep the citizenship, they have to move, they have to migrate. Indians will have to come back, Bangladeshis will have to go back as well. So such flexibility was given. The choice was given to the people. They could decide whether they want to stay back and change the citizenship or go to their country and retain the citizenship. This flexibility was given along with a rehabilitation package. Both countries set aside some funds to support these people who had not seen development for the last 75 years. So compensation was given to them, jobs were provided, houses were built for them, because their lives are getting uprooted. If they're moving back to the other country, right, or even if they're retaining where they are, if they're staying back where they are, it uproots their life, it uproots everything that they have. So to protect the community, to help those people, a rehabilitation package was given where job opportunities were created, houses were built for them, compensation was given to them. So through such an approach, a flexible humanitarian approach, we have resolved this issue permanently. That is why the 100th Constitutional Amendment Act is very important. Please remember this. Is that clear? So this is the enclave issue that had affected our ties for many years, but finally we have resolved it. And it is a big development in our relationship. Is that clear? So by 2018, we have completed the process of exchanging the enclaves and the whole process has been settled. So we'll take up the Teesta dispute later. We'll discuss all water disputes at the end. But before that, I have some more topics. Let's cover them quickly, and then we'll come to the last part of the discussion. Now, let us discuss some important connectivity projects between India and Bangladesh. I've already mentioned how important Bangladesh is to India in order to get transit access. Previously, when the hostile governments were there, from 1970s to early 2000, they never gave transit access to India. The military rule and the BNP government, which was pro-Pakistan, they never gave the transit access to India to improve connectivity to the Northeast region. But now, thanks to a friendly government under Sheikh Hasina, transit access has been given to the landlocked Northeast, and this enables our Act East policy as well, because it improves connectivity in the region, and we can further connect the Northeast with Myanmar and with the rest of Southeast Asia, thus achieving one of the core objectives of Act East policy as well. That's why Bangladesh is crucial under the Act East policy, even though it's not a Southeast Asian country, right? Because see, Act East applies mainly for Southeast Asia and East Asia. Bangladesh is not a Southeast Asian country, it's a South Asian country. But still, as an Eastern neighbor, it plays a role in connecting the Northeast region with the rest of India, in improving connectivity in the region. And with improved connectivity, we can connect better with Myanmar and Southeast Asia, which fulfills the goal of Act East policy. So that is how Bangladesh comes into the equation. And it plays a role in bringing better development to the landlocked Northeast region. So today, we have many projects that are going on. There are many projects which have already started functioning, through which we have interconnected our road networks. We have railway lines that have been opened up. There are trains running between India and Bangladesh. Our waterways have been connected. Northeast region has got port access to important ports of Bangladesh. So there is a very big improvement as far as connectivity to the Northeast region is concerned. We have several bus services. There is a direct road link between Kolkata and Dhaka. Even from Assam and Tripura, from the other side as well, there are road links and bus routes that are operating. There are many rail routes. You might have heard about the Maitri Express, a direct link between Kolkata and Dhaka. There are other trains through Siliguri corridor from Assam, and even from Tripura, we are planning few new rail routes that will connect our rail network, and we can directly link with Northeast India and bypass the Siliguri corridor. It gives us alternate routes to connect with Northeast India and reduce our dependency on the Siliguri corridor. These projects will help in the movement of people and as well as in the movement of goods. Correct? It will improve trade. It will improve people-to-people relations. Cultural relations will also improve, along with improving the trade between the two countries. Through these projects, especially by connecting our waterways, Northeast region can connect with the strategic Mongla port and Chittagong port of Bangladesh. We have even given a concessional loan, a line of credit of more than $2 billion to finance some of these infrastructure projects. India has directly funded few road and rail projects and construction of bridges and even development of ports in order to achieve this connectivity. There are Indian companies which are executing these projects, and Bangladesh has received a concessional line of credit from India. So let me show you some maps which will give you a better idea regarding the connectivity projects that are going on. You can see here how the railway links are being established. It's a representation of the railway connectivity. From Kolkata to Dhaka, you have direct train services today. The road lines have been opened, even via Siliguri region. railway routes are being planned and executed. Directly from Assam and Tripura, railway links are being established from all the sides. The Agartala-Akura railway line from Tripura to Bangladesh is being established. So essentially, we can start moving goods from India, from rest of India, directly into Northeast, and we can bypass the Siliguri corridor. It will create a shorter route, a more efficient route for movement of people and goods that will drive economic growth in the region. It will benefit both the countries. Our water networks are being connected. Our national waterway system on the Ganga River, on the Brahmaputra, on the Barak, they're all being interconnected with the waterways of Bangladesh. We're extending the inland navigation routes into the Padma, Jamuna, and the Meghna river system. And they will connect with strategic ports like Mongla and Chittagong, also called the Chattogram port. These are strategic ports of Bangladesh that face the Bay of Bengal. So this can improve port access to the Northeast region. So from Northeast India, goods can be taken to Mongla and Chittagong for further export to rest of the world. It can increase the export of Northeast products. From rest of India, goods can be directly shipped to Mongla and Chittagong, and then they can be moved through the waterways directly into Northeast India. So that is how alternate routes are being created through road, rail, and waterway networks that brings Northeast India closer to the rest of the country and improves our economic ties and cultural ties with Bangladesh. Is that clear? This will further help us connect with Southeast Asia and bring the whole region together, which is in line with our Act East policy. Please make a note that India, Bangladesh are part of some important regional, sub-regional initiatives, such as the BBIN corridor, which we have studied in the previous class. While discussing Nepal and Bhutan, I have clearly explained what is the BBIN corridor. So Bangladesh is an integral part of it. BBIN, which is a motor vehicles agreement, is also primarily focused on connectivity, improving the movement of vehicles that carry goods to improve trade between these countries. Bangladesh is an important member of the BIMSTEC group along with India, which is centered around Bay of Bengal. It's one of the most important regional groupings today that is led by India. In a later class, we will study these regional groupings separately. I'll explain what is SAARC and what is BIMSTEC. So there we will study the role of BIMSTEC in improving connectivity around Bay of Bengal. Both India and Bangladesh are part of these regional, sub-regional initiatives and groupings, which are driving many more connectivity projects. Recently, just a few months back, a very important pipeline was inaugurated. Some of you might have read about this in current affairs. Prime Minister Modi and Sheikh Hasina, they inaugurated the India-Bangladesh Friendship Pipeline. Please write this down. Very important for your prelims. India-Bangladesh Friendship Pipeline, or IBFP, the India-Bangladesh Friendship Pipeline, was recently inaugurated just a few months back. This pipeline connects Siliguri with the Parbatipur depot. The pipeline moves from Siliguri to Bangladesh and it brings high-speed diesel. It transports high-speed diesel from the Numaligarh refinery, which is present in Assam. Assam has few hydrocarbon reserves. So from the Numaligarh refinery, diesel, high-speed diesel, which is extracted and refined, is transported through this pipeline, which is already present. And from here, a new pipeline has been built by India with Indian support and financing, which reaches the Parbatipur depot and supplies the high-speed diesel to Bangladesh. This will benefit all the districts over here. It will reduce the cost of fuel transportation. It will reduce emissions as well, because previously Bangladesh was transporting diesel through the rail route. By using railway carriages, high-speed diesel was being transported from India to Bangladesh. Such rail transportation takes more time. It's more expensive as well, and it causes pollution, leads to emissions. But through the pipeline that India has built and inaugurated recently, we can reduce the cost and time involved in transportation, help Bangladesh achieve energy security, and also reduces the emissions involved in transportation. Is that clear? Please remember this project. It's a very, very important initiative that was recently inaugurated by the leaders of both the countries. So this project has been funded by a Indian line of credit, a concessional line of credit that we had given. It's been funded through this fund which India had provided for Bangladesh. Is that clear? So along with such collaboration in connectivity projects, we have very close defense and security relations as well. Since India, Bangladesh are facing some common threats, our intelligence agencies, our armed forces, and even the border guarding forces, they are all collaborating together to tackle the common security threats. As we discussed, Bangladesh has already helped India in tackling cross-border terrorism and insurgency. We have jointly tackled multiple Northeast insurgent groups. You might have heard about the peace process which is going on with some of the insurgent outfits, where Indian government is negotiating with the Naga insurgents, the NSCN, to achieve a Naga peace accord. Ulfa insurgency has almost been decimated, and recently we negotiated a peace accord with Bodo insurgents. The third Bodo accord was also signed. These insurgent movements have been brought to an end thanks to the support Bangladesh gave to us. Sheikh Hasina eliminated the support base that existed, and many top leaders were arrested and handed over to India. The leaders of NSCN, IM faction, the leaders of Ulfa and NDFB, all these insurgent groups, they were brought down and the leaders were arrested and handed over to India. So that is why we are able to stabilize the Northeast and end these insurgencies. And today we are working out a peace process with these outfits. Apart from Northeast insurgents, there are other religious fundamentalist organizations that are sponsored by Pakistan. Terrorist groups like Lashkar-e-Toiba and Huji, Harkatul Jihad-e-Islami. Huji is a Bangladesh-based terror outfit sponsored by Pakistan. Please make a note. Pakistan has nurtured a terror outfit in Bangladesh called Huji. It's mainly based out of Bangladesh and it carries out many attacks against India. So just like Pakistan used Nepal to target India and support terrorists, similarly it has used Bangladesh as well to create a base for Huji and Lashkar-e-Toiba. So we have seen many terror attacks. There is cross-border movement of terrorists, and this remains a concern for both the sides. Then off late, there is a rise in extremist activities in Bangladesh. Religious radicalism is increasing, and support for global terror groups like Al-Qaeda and Islamic State has gone up. So this is a common threat. It threatens Bangladesh, it threatens India as well. So with regard to counter-terrorism, there is very close cooperation between the two sides. With regard to counter-terrorism and counter-insurgency, there is very close security relations between the two sides. Then other than that, we have many border security challenges. This border is a very porous border, just like the Nepal border, which we studied yesterday. even this is a highly porous border. As we studied at the beginning, this is the longest land border of India, which is around 4,096 kilometers. And it has a very complex terrain. The geography is very complicated. There are 54 rivers cutting across, creating a riverine network. There are densely populated areas towards the West Bengal border. Right near the border, there are villages present, towns present. So it's very hard to guard and patrol those borders. Towards Assam and Tripura, you have mountainous areas, densely forested areas. So because of the complex geography of the border, it's highly porous. There are natural gaps which can't be fenced or patrolled effectively. Right? So border security becomes a concern. And organized crime, especially smuggling and trafficking of drugs, weapons, and even human trafficking and cattle smuggling, they are major concerns. Then, as I mentioned yesterday, organized crime is linked with terrorism and insurgency. Wherever organized crime flourishes, terrorists and insurgents get direct support for their activities because they can easily procure drugs and weapons and move people around, which helps in their terror operations. Illegal migration has been a concern with regard to border security. But today, there is better collaboration between our border guarding forces. We have improved our border security as well. We have fenced a part of the border. We are using better technology as well, like satellites, drones, and cameras. Better technology is being deployed to strengthen border security. And that is why the relations with Bangladesh is so important. From a security viewpoint, our defense security relations are extremely important. The border guarding force from India is the BSF, the Border Security Force, is the designated border guarding force to protect this border with Bangladesh. All right. We even have a joint military exercise called Sampriti. Sampriti is a joint military exercise between the Indian Army and the Bangladeshi Army. Indian Army and Bangladeshi Army have a joint exercise which focuses on counterterrorism and other operations. It's called Sampriti. That's the name of this military exercise. So please remember the close defense security relations. It's part of our strategic partnership. Is that clear? Now let's take a look at the economic relations. Let's understand the economic ties and what initiatives are being considered to improve economic relations. Let's talk about this in detail because I feel it's a very important topic. You can get a question just on economic relations between India and Bangladesh. So let's discuss this in detail, and then we'll come to the last part, which is the water sharing disputes. All right. So let's talk about the economic relations. So as I told you, India, Bangladesh have a very strong and healthy trading relationship. Compared to all the neighbors in South Asia, this is the largest trading relationship for India in South Asia. This is the largest trade relationship for India in the South Asia region. That is in our neighborhood. Compared to our trade relations with our neighbors like Sri Lanka, Pakistan, Nepal, Bhutan, etc., this is the biggest trade relationship. There are a lot of exports from India. Bangladesh depends on India for petroleum products, for medicines, IT services, right? Then we also export a lot of equipment like engineering equipment, spare parts, construction equipment. There are a lot of exports in this segment as well. So Bangladesh does have a lot of dependency on India. All right. Similarly, India imports some key commodities from Bangladesh. I hope you know Bangladesh is a major producer of rice, jute, textiles, the popular Hilsa fish, which is the lifeline of Bengali cuisine. If you're a Bengali, you know what I'm talking about. Hilsa fish is a staple diet in West Bengal, in Odisha, in Assam as well. Bengalis, they love their Hilsa fish. It is critical in Bengali cuisine. And India has a shortage. Due to various reasons, we have a shortage of Hilsa fish. And Bangladesh is the key supplier of Hilsa. It's a major rice producing country, jute producer. It's a leader in textiles and garments. All right. Most of your branded clothes, your apparels, your shoes, they are produced here in Bangladesh, in the textile garment factories of Bangladesh. Is that clear? So there is a strong trading relationship, and both sides, they do have a lot of exports to each other. But despite the trade relations, there are some challenges. One concern is that there is a trade deficit which bothers Bangladesh. Since Bangladesh imports more from India than what it exports to India, there is a big trade imbalance. The trade deficit is in favor of India. India has a trade surplus all the time. See, in any trade relationship, there will be some surplus and deficit, but it should be manageable. It should be within normal limits. If the deficit increases and it favors only one party, then the other country will lose out. That becomes an unequal trading relationship. So Bangladesh does have a concern about the increasing trade deficit with India. So it means we need to explore opportunities to increase Bangladeshi exports to India. We have to create a path for easier movement of goods, services, investments, and even for the movement of people. That should become a focus, that should become a priority. If you can reduce the trade barriers, right, you can improve the movement of goods, services, investments, and people. With regard to any trade relationship, there are certain barriers to trade. You might have studied this in economics. Under Indian economy, you would have studied the concept of barriers to trade, correct? And there are two types of barriers. One is tariff-based barriers, and second is your non-tariff barrier. The second type of barrier is the non-tariff barrier. See, tariff barriers are nothing but the barriers related to taxation, the taxes and duties that are levied on imports. If these taxes and duties are very high, it automatically becomes a barrier to trade. If import duty is high, if the custom duties are very high, if there are anti-dumping duties and custom wheeling duties that are imposed by the other country, this becomes a natural barrier to trade. It reduces the opportunities for trade. Correct? Because those products will become very expensive because of the high taxes, and it will never be competitive in the market. So tariff-based barriers are tax-related barriers. It can be tackled by reducing the taxes. Sometimes countries agree to enter into a free trade agreement and they eliminate the tariff barriers. They remove the taxes altogether. They provide duty-free access or zero duty access. So tariff-based barriers can be tackled and reduced by bringing down the taxes and duties. The other kind of barrier to trade is non-tariff barrier. Any other barrier apart from taxes is a non-tariff barrier. This could be lack of connectivity, because if you don't have good connectivity, how will you carry out trade? You need good road and rail network, air and maritime connectivity. You need good border facilities. At the border points, you need good checkposts with advanced facilities. So goods, then people can be cleared very quickly, right? When goods and people are moving around, there will be immigration checks. There will be custom and tax officials who are checking the movement. There will be security officials. So there is a lot of documentation and paperwork involved in movement of goods and people. If you don't have a good check post, if you don't have good border transaction facilities, then it will take a long time to process the goods, to process the movement of people. So this will affect investments. It will affect the movement of business people and traders. It will reduce the speed at which goods are moving around, right? You need good storage facilities as well at the check posts. You need cold storage, warehousing facilities where the food commodities, fruits, vegetables, they can all be stored because they have a very short shelf life. So all such facilities have to be created in an integrated facility. In one single check post, all these facilities have to be given. The required logistical facilities like warehousing, cold storage, weighing of the goods that are moving around, security checks of the trucks and the people who are moving around, immigration checks, visa processes, then imposing taxes and duties quickly so that you can clear the movement and enable faster movement of people and goods. That is a priority. So if you don't have good connectivity, good infrastructure, and good border facilities, that becomes a big non-tariff barrier. Other non-tariff barriers include the mismatch in policies. If the policies of two countries are very different from each other, that will slow down the speed at which goods are moving around. Let's say our labor policy is very strict or our environmental standards are very strict. If Bangladeshi exports don't meet those standards, that becomes a roadblock for trade. So we need to synchronize our policies. We should be on the same page so we can facilitate the faster movement of goods. Your visa immigration policy plays an important role. And if it is too strict and complicated, it will limit the movement of people. It will affect the movement of traders and businessmen and investors. So if you can simplify the visa norms and immigration policies and provide for easy movement of people, automatically it will drive the trade relations and cultural relations as well. So all these are non-tariff barriers. Those barriers that are affecting trade, which are not related to taxes and duties, they are your non-tariff barriers. In the India-Bangladesh relationship, there are many non-tariff barriers. We are trying to ease these barriers together. India has promised more investment by setting up a special economic zone exclusively for Indian industries in the country. India is trying to bring FDI into Bangladesh to help address the trade deficit. We are encouraging our companies, our Indian investors, to invest more in Bangladesh. And we are looking at setting up a SEZ, a special economic zone, where Indian industries can set up manufacturing plants in Bangladesh and produce in Bangladesh. This will benefit both the countries. We have improved our border infrastructure by setting up integrated check posts or ICPs. Remember, I was mentioning ICPs yesterday with regard to Bhutan. Even with Nepal, we have an ICP. These integrated check posts, they are basically your land ports, essentially. They are the land border points. There are many ports of entry into any country. Airport is one of them. Seaports is one of them. Similarly, there are land ports along land borders. At these points of entry, if you have good border infrastructure and check post facilities, you can facilitate the faster movement of people and goods. We have an ICP with Pakistan at Wagah Atari checkpoint. In an ICP, all the authorities are brought together with the required facilities and technology. Your custom officials who check the goods and levy customs and taxes. Your immigration officials who check the documents, the visa norms, and allow for the movement of people. Your security forces which are present to handle the security situation. They all have to coordinate, work together. They have to simplify the norms and processes and the paperwork so they can provide for systematic, seamless, and quick movement of goods and people. So India is focused on creating these ICPs with Nepal, with Bhutan. We already have one with Pakistan. We are setting up 4 ICPs with Bangladesh. 4 of them are already functioning, and we have few more in the pipeline. We are looking to set up similar ICPs with Myanmar as well. We're essentially improving our land port facilities. All right. So please note down the locations where the 4 ICPs are located along the Bangladesh border. This could be a prelims question. Recently, we have inaugurated 4 integrated checkposts with Bangladesh. One of them is the Petropol ICP in West Bengal. This is the largest land checkpoint in Asia. In the entire Asia region, the Petropol ICP is the biggest land checkpoint or the land border point. Then you have Agartala in Tripura, Davki in Meghalaya, and Sutarkandi in Assam. These are the 4 ICPs which we have recently set up. They have started functioning. There are many more which have been proposed. Is that clear? We are working on these ICPs with Nepal, Bhutan as well. We already have a ICP with Pakistan, and we have similar proposals with Myanmar. Last year, in 2022, Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina visited India. And during this visit, many agreements were signed. Many railway projects were taken up, road projects were announced, power projects were also announced. India is a major player in power projects of Bangladesh. We have set up thermal power plants to help Bangladesh generate electricity. All right, India's NTPC, the National Thermal Power Corporation, has set up a major thermal plant in Bangladesh. So many such projects were taken up and announced. And we also share power, right? We have a power transfer mechanism between Nepal, Bhutan, and India and Bangladesh. We were discussing this yesterday as well. We take the surplus electricity from Bhutan, and by interconnecting our power grids, we are transferring it to Bangladesh and Nepal, right? So in the power sector as well, there is very close collaboration. So last year when Sheikh Hasina came to India in September, it was a very big visit. Many new projects were announced, rail and road projects, power projects, etc. And along with that, we have initiated a proposal. India, Bangladesh are looking at the feasibility of a free trade agreement. Initial discussions have started from last year for a comprehensive economic partnership agreement, or CEPA, which will be a free trade agreement between India and Bangladesh. So right now, negotiations are going on. The process was started last year. It was pushed by Sheikh Hasina and also by Prime Minister Modi. Both the leaders have given a push for a free trade agreement, and initial talks have started for a comprehensive economic partnership agreement. Under such FTAs, the trade barriers are reduced. The trade barriers are tackled through such free trade agreements. Maybe the duties can be brought to zero for certain commodities. We can select few items of export and import and eliminate the duties to provide duty-free access. We can tackle the non-tariff barriers like visa, immigration policies, providing better connectivity and infrastructure. All these issues can be handled. And the whole idea of a FTA is to provide for free movement of goods, services, investments, and people. So right now, India, Bangladesh are negotiating a possible FTA, and that is a big development you should watch out for. So there could be some progress in this year or next year. So you need to keep track of this topic. Then since I'm mentioning power projects, we understood that India has built thermal power plants as well. There is one important project I would like to mention, which is the Roper Nuclear Power Plant. We have nuclear cooperation as well. There is limited nuclear cooperation between India and Bangladesh. Bangladesh is building its first nuclear reactor Its first civilian nuclear power plant is coming up, and this is a Russian project. Russia is providing the nuclear technology to Bangladesh to generate electricity. As you know, nuclear power is clean, right? It is not contributing to emissions. So Bangladesh is investing in clean nuclear energy, and Russia is providing the technology and also the nuclear material. Essentially, Russian nuclear reactors are being installed at Ropur, and Russian nuclear fuel is being supplied to this plant. India also is playing a role in this project in helping in the construction of the plant and in ensuring the safety of the nuclear project at Ropur. We are not transferring any nuclear technology. We are not transferring reactors or nuclear material. Russia is doing that. It's a Russian project. But we are also playing a role in helping in the construction, the physical construction that happens in the plant and the safety features. They are being built by India. So we are involved in a nuclear power project, the Ropur nuclear project in Bangladesh. So this is the close collaboration we have. And we are also work in the field of agriculture, climate change, space cooperation, science and technology. In all these areas, we have very close collaboration with Bangladesh. So going forward, if you find any important development in newspapers, please make a note of it. This is a very, very important chapter. You can not only expect detailed mains questions, you can even get a prelims question here. Is that understood? So now let's move to the last part of this chapter, the water sharing disputes between India and Bangladesh. This is another possible area where a mains question can be asked. There could be a 10-mark question or a 15-mark question asking you to talk about the water sharing disputes and what is the current status of these disputes. So start out by mentioning that we share 54 transboundary rivers. 54 rivers pass from India to Bangladesh. In all the cases, India is at a natural advantage because we are located in the upstream of the river, which means India is the upper riparian state. The river either originates in India or it flows from India to Bangladesh. Some rivers come from Nepal, some come from China, some originate in India itself, right? And they eventually flow into Bangladesh. So Bangladesh is at a natural disadvantage as it is a downstream country. It's a lower riparian state. So Bangladesh has a very big concern about Indian projects and how India utilizes the water, because this could affect water availability in Bangladesh, right? It could affect the availability of water. It could affect the crops in Bangladesh. It could lead to floods or droughts in Bangladesh. It could affect the availability of water for drinking purposes. It could have environmental consequences. It could even affect the fish availability on the other side. And as I told you, fish is a critical part of Bengali cuisine, especially the hilsa fish. So Bangladesh has all these concerns about its water share, about having enough water for irrigation for standing crops. It has concerns about the management of the waters, which can cause floods and droughts. It wants to ensure that there is enough supply of drinking water to meet the needs of the people. And it has ecological, environmental concerns, right? If it can protect the aquatic life, protect the riverine ecosystems. This all depends on how India manages the water and how India releases the water to Bangladesh. So we have few major disputes which we are going to discuss one by one. Let's begin with the Teesta dispute. The Teesta River is a major river that originates in Sikkim. It takes birth at the foothills of Mount Kanchenjunga. I'm sure you would have heard about Kanchenjunga, one of the highest peaks in the Himalayas. Kanchenjunga is also a biosphere reserve. It's a UNESCO World Heritage Site. So at the foothills of Mount Kanchenjunga, there is a glacier, the Zemu Glacier and Kangse Zongu Glacier. At these glaciers, this is where the Teesta River originates in the Himalayan ranges. At the Zemu and Zongu, also called the Kangse. This is where the river originates. It flows down from Sikkim towards Darjeeling in northern West Bengal via Kalimpong, enters the Siliguri region, and then drains into Bangladesh. Eventually, it will merge with the Meghna river system before flowing into Bay of Bengal. Now, the Teesta is very, very important for the people of West Bengal, and it's equally important for the people of Bangladesh as well. India already has many projects. We have built few dams and barrages where we are holding the water. We are using the water for all the purposes, for irrigation, for drinking, in some cases for hydropower generation as well. So Bangladesh is concerned it's not getting a fair share of the Teesta. Bangladesh also has a lot of dependency. Even it is dependent on the Teesta for irrigation, for drinking purposes, especially some of these districts in northern, northwestern Bangladesh, they're very dependent on the Teesta. So Bangladesh has a long-standing demand to get 50% of the share. It wants an equal, fair share. Now, India has agreed to it in principle. We have agreed for a fair sharing mechanism, and accordingly we have finalized the Teesta Water Treaty, or the Teesta Water Sharing Agreement has been finalized many years ago. It was finalized in 2011 itself. The then Manmohan Singh government, which was expected to deliver on this, had finalized the agreement, and it was very eager to go forward and implement it. Because this was a small favor India was doing. Since Bangladesh helped us in tackling the threat of insurgency and terrorism, since Sheikh Hasina fulfilled all the promises and obligations, the only favor expected from India was to finalize this water sharing agreement. Because this is a big electoral issue in Bangladesh as well. In Bangladesh, the opposition, the media, people will question Sheikh Hasina. Why you are helping India when we are not getting anything in return, right? So this was the basic promise that India should have fulfilled, and the Manmohan Singh government wanted to do it. But again, regional politics and coalition politics has blocked the deal. In West Bengal, the Teesta issue has been politicized on electoral grounds by all the political parties. There are no saints here. The CPI Marxist, Trinamool Congress, the BJP, and the Congress at the state level, they all have played politics with water. Water is a very emotive subject, right? People's well-being is dependent on it. So you can easily trigger emotions and passions based on water. Look at the Kaveri dispute between Karnataka and Tamil Nadu. So in West Bengal as well, the issue has been unnecessarily politicized for votes. All the parties share the blame. The BJP, the Congress, the Trinamool Congress, the CPI Marxist, all of them have done the same. The then Manmohan Singh government was a coalition government dependent on support from Trinamool Congress, from Mamata Banerjee. She threatened to quit the government if India signed the deal. And other parties also didn't support the government. So as a result, the deal failed. India couldn't go ahead and sign this. Now, after 2014, even the Modi government has failed to sign the treaty. Even though Modi government has enough numbers, it's not dependent on coalition partners or regional parties for support. Even the Modi government has not signed the deal. It's been withheld for more than a decade because even the BJP is concerned about votes in West Bengal. So the politicization of the issue for electoral gains by these parties has derailed our diplomacy. It has affected our national interests. It's only fair to give equal share for Bangladesh, right? We have finalized the agreement. The agreement is in place. It's just about signing it and implementing it. But the governments are hesitant due to significant political pressure from West Bengal, and this has derailed our relations with Bangladesh. Bangladesh is very unhappy about this particular issue. In fact, Sheikh Hasina, when she came last year on a visit, she even joked that if India does not give Teesta waters, will not send Hilsa fish to India. Just a joke on how important Hilsa fish is in Bengali cuisine. But it was a serious point as well. It shows that Sheikh Hasina is unhappy. Bangladesh is unhappy that India has not resolved the issue, and both the governments have failed. Manmohan Singh government and Modi government. Both have failed to finalize the agreement. And the only reason is electoral politics. Both the parties are interested in their votes and they haven't gone ahead with the deal. The regional parties, Trinamool Congress and others also to share the blame. Is that clear? So it remains a standing dispute even today. So please write down, it's an unresolved dispute. Let me write this over here. It is an unresolved dispute. Next, Tipaimukh Dam dispute. The Tipaimukh Dam is a proposed dam by India on the Barak River. The Barak is a major river in Northeast India. It flows through multiple states in Northeast India. From the Manipur-Mizoram region, it flows into Nagaland, then Assam, and then crosses the border into Bangladesh. Is that clear? Right before it crosses into Bangladesh, India has proposed a dam here called the Tipaimukh Dam. We want to hold some water and divert it for irrigation, drinking purposes, etc. But Bangladesh is obviously concerned about the impact of this project. As it is a downstream country, it is worried that the water flow might be affected. If India builds a dam right before the border and diverts a part of it, then it could cause water shortage on the other side, especially during the dry season, during summer season and drought periods. If India utilizes the water through a dam, Bangladesh might get affected. It might even cause floods when India releases waters during rainy season. Correct? It could affect the ecological flow. To maintain the basic ecological balance, you need to maintain a minimum flow in the river. But when you build dams and divert some water, ecological flow, the basic minimum flow which is needed for environmental ecological purposes, might be affected. This could affect the environment, the aquatic biodiversity. It could lead to shortage of fish, and it could affect navigation. Inland navigation can be affected. So that is why Bangladesh has raised concerns. It has opposed the Tipaimukh Dam project that's proposed by India. All right. This is another unresolved dispute. It remains a standing dispute. Next, the Feni dispute, the Feni River. Feni is another important river from Northeast India. It flows down from Tripura. You can observe here in the map. This is Tripura here. From southern parts of Tripura, you have a town, a commercial industrial town called Sabroom. All right. Sabroom is a very important industrial commercial town in Tripura, located very close to the Bangladeshi border. Now, India has a lot of plans for Sabroom. We want to make Sabroom an industrial hub, a manufacturing hub for the Northeast, and attract investments from Southeast Asia. We want Sabroom to become an industrial link between Northeast region and Southeast Asian markets. We want to increase manufacturing and production and export the goods into Southeast Asia, into Thailand, Indonesia, Singapore, and Malaysia. We want to attract investments from there and create jobs in Sabroom and in Northeast region to drive the development of Northeast India. It's a key policy of India under the Act East policy. So since we have ambitious plans to industrialize the region and build these mega industries at Sabroom, it requires a lot of water. So India has planned many water projects. We have built a bridge. We have built a bridge as well. We have planned few water management projects on the Feni, mainly for industrial usage and drinking purposes. For industrial usage and drinking purposes. So these projects of India on the Feni River has been opposed by Bangladesh. Bangladesh is concerned that if India diverts most of the water to Sabroom for industrial activities and drinking purposes and urbanization, it could affect the flow of water in Bangladesh, which will cause shortages. It could affect the connectivity as well between Tripura and Chittagong port, because it's one of the waterways that could connect Tripura with Chittagong port. Through this river, the Feni River, we can have direct connectivity. On the river itself, we can move the goods through inland navigation, through the waterway, and take the goods directly into Chittagong port of Bangladesh. So Bangladesh has concerns on how India is utilizing the waters, and this is another standing dispute. And even this remains an unresolved dispute. It remains an unresolved dispute. Is that clear? Next, the Farakka barrage dispute. This is one of the oldest disputes related to Ganga water sharing, related to sharing of the Ganga waters. Is that clear? See, back in 1996, when Sheikh Hasina came to power for the first time, I mentioned that the Ganga water sharing treaty had been signed. This was the big achievement when Sheikh Hasina came to power for the first time. And this is also the only water sharing treaty that we had signed until recently, the Ganga water sharing treaty of 1996. But however, despite the treaty being present, Bangladesh has concerns about a barrage called Farakka barrage that India has built over here, right over here in West Bengal. The Ganga River, as you know, it flows down into Bangladesh, becomes the Padma. And one of its major tributaries is the Hooghly River of West Bengal, which is also the sorrow of West Bengal because it causes flooding quite frequently. Now, India has some unique challenges in managing the waters of the Ganga and the Hooghly. The Ganga is a perennial river. It has enough flow throughout the year because it is fed by the Himalayan glaciers and also by the monsoons. But the problem is with Hooghly River, where it dries up during the summer season. There is a shortage of water flow here. And this affects the functioning of the Kolkata and Haldia port, which are major ports of India located on the east coast. The problem here is that the shipping channel through which the ships pass through, it sees a lot of sediment or silt deposition. Because the Ganga, which flows down at considerable speed, causes a lot of erosion, brings a lot of sediments, pushes it into the Hooghly, and eventually the silt and sediment deposits in the shipping channel right where the river joins the Bay of Bengal. At the mouth of the river, there's a lot of silt sediment deposition that is blocking the movement of ships at Kolkata Haldia port. So what India has done is that we have used Farakka barrage. We are diverting part of the Ganga waters towards the Hooghly. Through this barrage here, we are diverting part of the Ganga river into Hooghly to flush out the sediments and the silt. when water flows at a higher speed and if there is regular constant flow, the water will naturally push out the sediments and the silt into the sea, which will make it easier for movement of heavier ships. Because otherwise, you have to carry out dredging. You have to manually remove the sediment and silt that has deposited, which is very time taking and expensive. It's also damaging to the environment. So instead of manually dredging the silt and sediment, India has used Farakka barrage to divert Ganga waters to provide constant fast supply. So the water itself will push out the silt and sediment into Bay of Bengal. So this allows the ships to easily enter the Kolkata Haldia port. That's why Farakka barrage is important for India. Plus, we are using the waters for irrigation, drinking purposes. There is a power plant as well. So it's a multi-purpose project. But however, Bangladesh has a major problem. Bangladesh has always worried that since India is diverting the Ganga waters, the flow in Bangladesh has been affected. Bangladesh has complained that agriculture and fishing both have been compromised because of the Farakka barrage of India. The Hilsa fish, which are supposed to move into Bangladesh, they are moving in a reverse direction and they are getting blocked at the Farakka barrage. They are not able to cross the Farakka barrage. It has led to fish shortage in India and Bangladesh as well. And there are serious concerns about the environmental issues related to Farakka barrage. So Bangladesh wants a renegotiation of the Ganga Treaty. It wants the dispute to be resolved by renegotiating the Ganga Water Sharing Treaty. But India is not agreeing to it. So this again is an unresolved dispute. Even though we have the Ganga Water Sharing Treaty, we both have differences in our approach and opinion. So it remains a standing dispute and Bangladesh opposes the Farakka barrage of India. Now coming to the last topic, the Kushiara dispute. The Kushiara dispute was recently resolved in 2022 during the Prime Minister's visit to India. When Sheikh Hasina visited India last year, a historic agreement was signed. This is the first water sharing agreement we have signed after 1996. After the Ganga Water Sharing Treaty, this is the second agreement we have signed and we have resolved the sharing of the waters of Kushiara. The Kushiara is one of the distributaries of the Barak. The Barak River in India, in the northeast. It enters Bangladesh, crosses the border here, and it splits into two branches. It splits into two distributaries. One is the Surma, which is the right side distributary. Kushiara is the left side distributary. Now, both the rivers are important for Bangladesh, especially in the Sylhet region, where they cultivate a unique rice called the Boro rice. Boro rice cultivation is crucial for the farmers here in Bangladesh and they are dependent on the waters of Surma and Kushiara. But Bangladesh always faced a problem. During dry season, it would face a shortage. During rainy season, it would face floods, depending on how India would release the waters. So that is the reason why Bangladesh wanted a settlement, a fair share to be allocated so that sufficient supply can be maintained in the Kushiara to provide for irrigation in the Sylhet region during the dry season especially, which is crucial for Boro rice cultivation. So this agreement has been finalized last year. In 2022, the Kushiara Treaty was signed and this was a very big positive development in the relationship. So this completes my detailed discussion of India-Bangladesh. We have covered all the aspects of the relationship. Trust me, we haven't left any topic because this is indeed a very important chapter, both for your prelims and mains. So try and revise whatever we have studied today. Now let's see some questions for a few minutes and then we can close the session for today. So next week, that's Monday when we meet, we'll take up the next module, the next country, that is Myanmar. All right, now let's see the questions. Just stay with me for a few minutes. We'll try to answer all the questions. Vedashri is asking, many times atrocities against Kashmiri Pandits is called a genocide, but that was not organized by the state. So can we actually call it a genocide? That's a good question. Genocide is when an entire group of people, an entire community has been targeted and eliminated, usually with state support. As I told you, Nazi Germany committed a genocide against the Jews. That is a classic example. Pakistani army committed a genocide against Bengalis. So the violence that happened against Kashmiri Pandits, right, it was carried out by terrorist outfits. It was not directly backed by the Indian state. And also, a genocide involves killing of millions of people. Kashmiri Pandits did suffer during the heights of militancy in Kashmir, but the scale of killings was not on the lines of a genocide. Yes, few hundred Kashmiri Pandits were targeted, few targeted killings happened, right? It was a humanitarian crisis. It displaced the Kashmiri Pandits, but you can't call it a genocide. It is technically incorrect to call it a genocide. Next, Satyaprasad and Dinesh both have the same question. Why India did not merge East Pakistan into India? Why didn't we take Bangladesh like we annexed Goa and Hyderabad? I think I addressed this point when we discussed what were India's objectives in the war. See, India is not an expansionist power, right? We are not an aggressive power. We don't seek to expand our territory. We don't annex others' territories. Goa, Hyderabad, Junagadh, they were different cases altogether, right? Those were princely states and colonies present within the Indian territory. We couldn't allow foreign enclaves to be present within the country, right? So the case of Junagadh or Hyderabad or Goa can't be compared with this. And moreover, our intervention in East Pakistan was just to help the Bengali people and achieve our objective, which was to liberate Bangladesh, to break Pakistan into two parts. Our intention was never to occupy Bangladesh, never to annex it. If India had done that, we would have been just another selfish country. We would have lost the global image and the global support. So there was no question of India occupying Bangladesh for itself. That was never our agenda or never our objective. Amandeep is asking, what reason was cited by Pakistan to attack India? Pakistan felt threatened by India's support to the Bengali liberation movement. And that is the reason why Pakistan retaliated and carried out the first strikes against India, which started the 1971 war. Purva is asking, why can't we fight for POK with West support? See, first of all, Western countries will not support you in any such conflict. And second, there's no question of taking back POK through a conflict, right? Neither India nor Pakistan are foolish enough to go to a war, that too when they possess nuclear weapons, to fight over a piece of territory. That is out of the question. No sensible government would do that. The possible solution, maybe in the long run, is to work out a negotiated settlement, to end the dispute, to work out a fair settlement, right? Keeping in mind the interests of the Kashmiri people and both India and Pakistan. There is no question of taking it back. The only way you can take it back is by fighting a war, right? So don't ever suggest such ideas in your answers, because that is warmongering. You are essentially encouraging a conflict, a war, and no government is foolish enough to get into such a conflict, right? Doesn't matter which party is in power, but in the given circumstances, any such conflict or taking back POK is simply out of the question. So don't ever suggest such points. And also, please understand the consequences of a war. It's easy to sit here in a classroom or in your home and say that we should go to war, right? But do you understand the consequences of a conflict? The economic consequences, the human cost, right? Look at Russia-Ukraine conflict. Look at the price they are paying, right? So as a civil service aspirant, you should be more mature in your response. You can't encourage warmongering. You can't say we should launch missiles, launch nuclear weapons against Pakistan. We should punish Pakistan by attacking it. Such loose statements cannot be made. Is that clear? You have to be more mature in your answers and in your responses. Deepika is asking, sir, can we say that signing the treaty with Soviet Union was not to take a side during Cold War, but to maintain peace in the region to prevent further escalation of the war. No, not really. We did choose a side. India was forced to choose a side, and we did make a choice. We abandoned non-alignment and sided clearly with the Soviet bloc. So it wasn't to maintain peace, but to protect our own interests, to ensure that we could counter the American threat. And India clearly made a choice by aligning with Soviet Union. Kirub Nagar is asking, why can't we have open borders with Bangladesh like Nepal? Nepal and Bangladesh are different circumstances. I mean, both are different countries with different offerings for India. With Nepal, we have an open border because we have civilizational connect with Nepal. Our people are very closely connected. To promote our cultural, economic ties, we have created an open border with Nepal. That can never happen with Bangladesh because we have many challenges and many threats. Even with a hard border, a closed border, we have problems of organized crime. We have illegal migration, large-scale illegal migration, right? Cross-border terrorism. So there's no question of having an open border with Bangladesh. It's impossible. Kishan is asking, can Chittagong port be a challenge for India as it is under China? We'll address this under Belt and Road Initiative and String of Pearls, which we will discuss under India-China. Under the India-China chapter, we will talk about the various port projects of China in the region. There I will mention the Chittagong port again. Surya is asking, sir, what is the maritime dispute between India and Bangladesh? See, a few years ago, we had a maritime dispute in Bay of Bengal. Near the New Moor Islands, both India and Bangladesh had contradictory claims. And since we both were friendly countries, we never escalated the maritime dispute. Rather, we followed the international rules order, the rules-based order under UN Convention on the Law of the Sea. As per the UN clause provisions, we approached the tribunal, we approached the Permanent Court of Arbitration. Both of us, we went together and we sought the intervention of the PCA to resolve the dispute. So the PCA, the Permanent Court of Arbitration, which is a global arbitration body, it passed a ruling in favor of Bangladesh. By studying all the circumstances, it awarded extra exclusive economic zone to Bangladesh. So India had to transfer a part of its EEZ to Bangladesh. We gracefully accepted the award because it was in line with the UN clause principles, the UN Convention on Law of the Sea. We have utmost respect for the rules-based order. We follow the international rules and laws. So we transferred the EEZ as ordered by PCA, but New Moor Island remains with India. India has sovereignty over New Moor Island, but the exclusive economic zone around it was transferred to Bangladesh. So we lost a bit of EEZ, but that was a responsible behavior from India because we were following international rules and laws, unlike China, which violates UN clause provisions. So that maritime dispute is now resolved. It does not exist anymore. We have transferred the EEZ and the maritime dispute has been settled. All right. So guys, these are the questions. Let's end the class with this. Don't forget, a feedback form has been shared with you for the last week's classes. So please fill out the feedback form. And I think tomorrow, Saturday, you have a doubt clearing session as well. So do attend the sessions without fail. So we'll meet again on Monday next week and we'll continue with the next chapter. We'll start with India, Myanmar. So I hope, again, it was a good, interesting session today. Do let me know in the comments and I'll see you on Monday. Till then, take care. Have a great weekend.